Ok, allora mi metto qua così mi vedono. So, hi everyone, thank you for being here, for joining us today. So we have now a panel with 3 speakers. So we're gonna start with Julia Kolb. I'm gonna present her, and then we'll have the discussions at the end. So I'm gonna present the 3 candidates, the 3 presenters, and then the discussion will be held at the end. So Julia Kolb is a PhD candidate and project assistant at the Department of Translation Studies, University of Graz. Her research interests include translation and gender history, activist translation, and feminist translation studies. In her PhD project, she examines the interrelationship between women's translatorial and activist work between 1848 and 1918 in Austria and Germany. Recently, she's also published a monograph on the English-speaking volunteers who provided interpreting services for the Republican forces during the Spanish Civil War, 1936 and 1939. Very nice. So if you want to come here, Julia, I'm gonna share the screen.
I think we need to first do the PowerPoint.
He said first I share the screen and then you put the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
it's
this one. So yeah.
Lo
schermo intero, yeah. So condividi. Vuoi condividere I contenuti? Okay.
Okay.
I need to slide there. Okay. So after that you can share the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. You just told me that.
Okay.
So yeah.
Like that?
Yeah. Fine.
Okay. Yeah, thank you and welcome to my presentation. I am really excited to be here today, not just because of the overall conference theme, but because this is actually the first ever conference that I am participating in as a speaker. In today's presentation, I will draw on the data material and some preliminary findings of my PhD project to argue for the necessity of integrating a historical perspective into the process of developing further the notion of translators as activists. My presentation divides itself into 4 sections, and alongside these sections, I will develop my argument based on the following assumptions. So the first assumption is that translation activism manifests itself in many different forms, so not only on a linguistic and textual level, but rather translation activism is something which is intertwined with other activist practices, and translation oftentimes only gain political meaning through these intertwinements. So as a consequence, translations must be regarded as one of many elements of women's political practice at the time and cannot be analyzed separately. And finally, I argue that the activist potential and impact of translations lies on different, sometimes overlapping levels in society. So you see that the theme of interrelationships is very prominent in my project and in today's presentation. To start off, I would like to draw your attention to this very inexhaustive list of particular moments in primarily European history where translation played a vital role in opposing power structures and systems of oppression. And I'm showing you this list to state that translation as a form of activism is a phenomenon that is strongly anchored in history. Despite this fact, most research on translation and activism focuses on contemporary contexts. And in my opinion, there are two main reasons for this. The first reason is that there is the assumption that activism is a distinctly 20th century phenomenon. And this is precisely because activism emerged as a term only throughout the 20th century. However, as many studies suggest, what we would understand as activist translation practices today has already existed long before activism emerged as this umbrella term for a broad range of political practices. And within translation studies, a case in point would be feminist translation and the conventional origin story of the so-called Canadian school of the 1970s as the birthplace of feminist translation, when in reality, as Olga Castro and Emek Ergun point out, feminist interventions in translation actually date back centuries. The second reason why I think that many scholars, translation studies scholars, concerned with the relationship between translation and activism are more interested in current developments is that there exists a certain trivialization of the importance of historical research for present-day activism. And Mona Baker, who is arguably one of the most prominent figures in the research on translation and activism, she states that when translation studies scholars are concerned with marginalized or resistant groups in society, they have traditionally focused on history as a way of hiding or at least taking shelter in the past, to sum up her quote here. And I would like to take her argument as the starting point for my own argumentation, through which I would, as I stated at the beginning, show you why I think that history is definitely something that we need to move forward today. So I intended to also talk you through the history and changing meaning of the term activism, but given the short amount of time given to us, I would just like to briefly tell you that the term activism, at least in European history, emerged at the beginning of the 20th century, and throughout the 20th century, it repeatedly changed its meaning against the background of different social and political contexts. And from the 1990s onwards, activism is understood in the way that we know it today. So it's a term that is primarily referring to the political activities of citizens, so not politicians, but citizens who focus at a specific topic or political agenda. In my presentation today, I understand activism as any activity which was proactively undertaken by the women in my study to promote emancipatory political agendas. And I highlighted emancipatory here, or I included the word emancipatory here because, as you know, activism can also be used for political activities that are aimed at promoting right-wing politics or political agendas. Okay, who are the women in my study? You might ask yourselves, or not, I don't know. But I come to the second part of my presentation now. So as I said, for today's presentation, I draw on the data that I gathered for my PhD project. It consists of biographical data of 48 women who were translators into German and political activists, mainly within the women's movements between 1848 and 1918 in the German-speaking area. To gain information about their biographical trajectories, about their political and translation work, I draw on a vast variety of sources. And I have also created a translation corpus that contains, at the moment, 79 German translations of political texts from 9 source languages. What I am looking for in this material is an activist dimension of translation that goes beyond the textual and linguistic level. And I want to regard translation activism, or I don't want to measure a translation's activist potential only by its effect in the, at the time, primarily male-dominated public. And I will explain now what I mean by that. So what helped me in elaborating a more nuanced understanding of the activist dimension of translation in the past was a model suggested by the Austrian and German gender historians Elisabeth Klaus and Ulla Wischermann. They consider the public not as one homogeneous sphere, but that is opposed to the private sphere, but they consider the public as a dynamic process by which society negotiates its values and rules. And the moment you consider the public as an ongoing and open-ended process, multiple spheres of the public become evident, which distinguish themselves according to various factors. To make this more clear, I will go through the different spheres suggested by them. So the first sphere is what they call the sphere of the simple public. This is where a lot of spontaneous encounters, personal encounters, and networking happens, and oral direct communication is the main mode of communication. Translations at this level, within the context of the women's political work at the time, they supported these networking activities and were and mainly constituted a source of inspiration and promoted women's own politicization. An example would be Rosa Luxemburg, who is one of the most prominent figures of the international working class movement up until today. And she, among the many other activities that she conducted, she constantly translated foreign press reports, articles, but also letters of political comrades into German to both document the developments within the international working class movement and to connect comrades internationally, to have them learn about what their comrades did in other countries and to inspire them and move the working class movement forward in Germany. Another example for this level would be Berta Pappenheim. She was an Austrian Jewish feminist, and the first translation that she did was a retranslation of Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Women. And she, in her diaries and in personal letters, always highlights how this translation politicized her personally and continued to inspire her throughout her own political career then. The second level is the level of the medium public. At this level, social movements, political groups, or associations create own public spaces, and they are already more hierarchical in structure than the simple public. This means that there are already leading figures who are very present and have an influence on the main discourses, for instance. And most importantly, this level of the public sphere has what Klaus and Wischermann call a translatorial function, meaning that this level of the public connects the simple public to what we will see in a minute, the complex public, by turning specific informally discussed topics into actual texts, or by creating political demands that were then published in the complex public sphere in male-dominated media, for instance. At this level, translations mainly serve the provision and exchange of information on relevant political topics and developments, mainly with reference to the women's movements at the time. And what is important here is that the information is already provided in a much more structured and systematic way, especially through women's journals at the time. And one representative example for this would be Leopoldine Kuhlke. She was one of the leading figures of the Austrian women's movement at the time, and she co-edited a women's journal, and she personally translated for this journal or had other people also from other countries translate texts into German to educate the readers about developments within the international women's movement. And it also helped build own arguments that were then also put forward in the complex public sphere. Of course, by translating texts from other women and men who were advocating for emancipatory causes, especially women's rights, by reporting on the developments in other women's movements. Translations also fulfilled the function of strengthening feminist consciousness and solidarity at the time. And I forgot one point, so educational purposes at the time. Many women's rights activists created or founded women's libraries, and many texts were translated particularly for this purpose, so that women could read texts that actually would politicize them, or open their minds, so to say. Okay, I already come to the third level, which is usually the level which we would think about when we talk about the public. So the level of formal politics and state institutions, which was male dominated, especially in the 19th and early 20th centuries. And so before the complex public knew about certain topics, a lot of the translated texts and ideas and so on had already been discussed and thought through and maybe adapted within or at the second level, so at the sphere, medium public sphere. It was rarely the case that a translation directly received attention of male-dominated media or politics. Jenny Hirsch, who was a German women's rights activist and who co-founded the first German Women's Association, is an exception. She translated one of the most controversially discussed books at the time, John Stuart Mill's The Subjection of Women, which was translated into many European languages. So this is really an exception. Most texts who were translated on the topic of women's rights remained at the second level, so within the public of the women's movement, one could say. And in order to trigger reactions and at best political changes in the complex public sphere, translations had to be, I always say, worked with. So elements or specific arguments were taken out of translated texts, and on the basis of these arguments, women then formulated their own demands. They wrote open letters to political parties or governments, and this way were able, on the basis of translations, even though it wasn't then translations, you know what I mean, to promote counter discourses and to introduce new political ideas and perspectives. So before I come to an end, maybe this illustration helps understand these processes better. So as I said, it wasn't the case, or very rarely the case, that a text was translated and then this translation immediately received the attention of the complex or dominant public, and then immediately the leading political figures at the time said, oh yeah, we're going to change something. But the women, there were other processes happening either at the same time or either parallel to a translation. So sometimes a woman translated a text and then she would already publish specific parts of the translation, or develop further specific arguments while she was translating or after the translation. So yeah, the women always did something with the translations. They created their own textual or oral productions to really make specific arguments have an effect and to promote their political agendas. So to come to an end, what I would consider what I would consider the most important takeaways, apart from the fact that translation work manifested itself in many different ways and functioned at different levels of society, is the idea of translations not being activist on their own, but becoming a means of political action and change through their interaction with other political activities or through their integration into a specific activist action. So women's translation-based activism was not so much defined by how, what, and whom they translated, but by the way they integrated translations into their political work, be it as speakers at women's congresses, or be it as speakers at demonstrations, be it as journalists, and so on and so forth. So the way they integrated translations and used specific parts and elements of translations to disseminate and promote their agendas, then looking back, made these translations activist. What how can we benefit from a historical perspective now? I would say that knowing our own history allows us to maybe discover previously neglected lines of tradition and provides us with knowledge about whose shoulders we stand on, so to say. It also gives us a more nuanced understanding of women's translation work in the past, because usually women's translation work is still only researched under the catchwords of passiveness, invisibility. And yes, women would have been, their translation work is invisible if we only look at the effect it had on the dominant public sphere, but there are actually processes that happen before translations enter the public sphere, even if it's an adapted version of translations. And by learning about women's translation work in the past, as also Tymoczko has said in 2006, we can learn about not only about the potential uses of translation for activist ends, but also about its limitations. And knowing about the necessary conditions for a translation to be successful within political activism can also help us foster resilience and manage frustrations in our own activist work. And finally, I think it's important to conduct historical studies to also be able to situate our own political and scholarly engagement historically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Julia. That was very insightful presentation on activism and translation, which is also the title of the panel. We're gonna keep questions for the end, as I anticipated. So let me see if I got someone to admit. Presentation. Okay, so if you can answer if you're, please depend there and then share the screen. So. Not share the screen, just around the presentation. The screen is already set up. Yeah. Okay. So meanwhile, I'm gonna introduce Argelia Peña. Argelia Peña Aguilar is currently studying a PhD in Translation Studies at the University of Ottawa, 4th year. And her research interests revolve around feminist translation studies and translation technologies training. She has been an associate professor at the University of Quintana Roo in Mexico for 12 years and currently she's on leave of absence, where she has taught English language and translation interpretive courses from English into Spanish in the Language and Education Department. Her doctoral thesis aimed to identify the level of development of feminist translation in Mexico in terms of theory as presented in universities, academic research production, and practice on the part of translators specialized in literature. Okay, leave the floor to you.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And I'm honored to have the opportunity to share with you part of my study on feminist translation in Mexico. The title of my presentation somewhat indicates what you are about to hear about feminist translators. There in Mexico, they are somewhat at odds with their ideology and their practice in translation, and we're going to see why. This is the outline for the presentation today. Some background information to situate the relevance of this investigation is going to be shared, then the research question, the method to gather data, then the profile of the feminist translators who decided to collaborate, and we later will learn about some manners in which they have taken their activism to certain grounds, and a few interesting examples they share with me, and some conclusions at the end that the knowledge gained have led me to get. So the information I'm presenting today is part of what I have gathered from my doctoral thesis, which intends to elucidate the status of feminist translation in Mexico in educational research context and in practice. So the focus today is on this aspect, feminist translation practice. So in order to determine whether or not there are feminist approaches to translation in Mexico, some interviews were done. And the participants were mostly literary translators, but most were also working with more pragmatic texts like legal or medical, to give a few examples. I have to say, though, that I originally wanted to focus only on the work of literary translators because it was the breeding ground of feminist translation. So I thought, well, maybe it's a good idea to find out what's going on in that area. But translators tend to be versatile, and they work in different areas, and at least the feminist ones that responded to my call. One of the questions I want to answer in my analysis of the situation there is the following. How is feminist translation experienced by women translators who identify as feminists? And well, you have there some examples of how I want to wanted to explore that. How do they handle text? Do they resort to feminist strategies for social activism or political action? What is their opinion in regard to inclusive language politics or the relationship with publishers, etc.? So for the method for this section of my work, I use a semi-structured questionnaire. And here are some examples of the questions I included in this questionnaire. I will be using some of their answers to these questions, actually, to give you a sense of the reality there. So, the profile. I have to say, I didn't put it there in the slides, but they were 10 translators who were interviewed for this part of the study, and there are 3 more in line waiting for their interviews. So I'm planning to have at least 15 interviews in the end, because this is just one part of the study. I still have to ask professors about their work in universities and editors as well. So about the profile for these translators, they are around 60% of translators do not have any translation training. The rest have taken diploma or specialty programs. We call it that way in Mexico. And these programs normally last up to 1 year. Some of the languages they work with are English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish. 70% works mainly as a translator, but the rest of them are well-known writers and editors and translate occasionally. So 40% focus on literary translation as area work, but they all have translated or keep translating technical or pragmatic texts. Half of them hadn't heard of feminist translation as a subfield of translation studies, and just 30% said that they will find hard to combine their feminist and translator sides in work life. So this was interesting because they decided to participate because I was looking for people who identified as feminists. So they said, well, I'm a feminist, I'm a translator, so I will do it. But they didn't know how that could be combined in work. Well, some of them. So around 40% of them have an open-minded approach in regard to fidelity in translation. But for the rest, fidelity is top priority, which is the majority. This is very interesting. And this is one specific question I asked to them about fidelity, because the feminist translators tend to problematize this concept and question the kind of fidelity that is expected from them, right? One of the participants even quoted an old famous phrase from a TV commercial in Mexico when asked about their opinion on fidelity. So for this commercial, a pretty woman was introducing a new liquor, and she was being unfaithful to her previous choice of liquor, right? So there was a voice in off saying, if you want high fidelity, get a good audio equipment. So she told me that. She told me that example. And although this was not a very feminist example on her part, she said that expression reflects what she thinks about fidelity. And it is just a moral burden on translators' shoulders. Interestingly, the people who are writers, this is what I observed from their answers, the people who are writers or are aware of feminist translation theories tend to be more open to creative interference in text. Continue. So this has to do with the activist side outside translation. Some of the translators have shown their activism side in different ways, and here are some examples. One of the translators, who is a staunch feminist, does interpreting work and collaborates for free for the advocacy group named Women's Declaration International. So every Saturday, women get together on Zoom to discuss the ways in which feminism is needed in their own countries, and English is the vehicular language, as you can imagine. So her participation is as an English Spanish interpreter. And in her case, well, the activism is reserved for free work outside. Another example is that of 3 of the feminist translators who were part of this study are also university teachers. And well, one is a professor. And they reported they tried to focus on the translation of women's literature at universities, as well as on the presentation of feminist translation theory to their students and exploring the use of inclusive language in classes. The third example is that of a pair of translators that are also editors that are actively looking for ways to recover the work of women authors who had been forgotten or erased from the literary canon in Latin America. And they're doing that together with the publishing house of UNAM, which is one of the most famous universities in Mexico. So, so 2 of them published these translators, editors I was telling you about, published their work again with new forewords. And here, no translation is involved, but their advocacy is remarkable, just the same, I think. For example, another translator, editor, has had the power to select winners, for example, of literary contests for teenagers. So she told me she changed once a book that had a violent story and was supposed to have a special mention in the contest. So she changed it with a more feminine book that was already a runner-up. So not all of these examples that I just shared are directly related to translation, but somewhat they affect the manner in which people perceive the literature of women, or how feminist approaches in translation are seen and treated in university program. So next are some examples of activism within translation. So two of the participants are mainly writers and have very productive careers. They are as well prize winners in the literary arena. So they got a scholarship to work on the translation of Indian author Suniti Namjoshi's book, Feminist Fables and Other Texts, into Spanish. And somehow their good relationship with an editor of an independent publishing house allowed them to have absolute freedom to translate it. This was not given, but they had to work hard to fulfill this project. A similar case was that of this other translator who coordinated the translation and also participated in the translation of the book Gender Outlaws by Kate Bornstein and S. Bergman. So the whole translation group did this work for free. And this helped to convince the editorial for the publishing of the piece. In both situations, translators had to give their work away or get financial help from outside because editorials did not seem to support the projects in every sense. These are some examples of resistance. Well, we know that in English, some words are not gender specific or neutral, or gender is used more naturally. But in Spanish, the same as as other Romance languages, it needs to be determined, and people tend to use generic masculine all the time. So many of the translators interviewed have tried to change that in different ways. And well, one of them said that she used feminine to some indefinite gender words in a philosophy book, and it was completely rejected by the proofreader. She asserts that the writer was already using examples for female and male readers alternately. So she tried to do that the same way in Spanish, but she did not win that fight. In a different situation, she once translated a book which dealt with child molestation, and generic masculine was changed to generic feminine due to the fact that molested children, around 90%, are mainly female. So, but the editor and proofreader changed all to generic masculine again and asked for approval from the author, who incidentally did not speak Spanish. This translator was furious that such changes were done to her work, and she couldn't believe a book that was written with gender perspective with such approach in Spanish. A different translator says that when she's supposed to use the feminine, but the term can be neutralized, she goes for the neutral term or phrase in examples like in the example below. Instead of using enfermeras for nurses, as it is normally done, she uses something like personal de enfermería in Spanish, like nursing staff instead. So the idea here is that she tries to avoid to perpetuate that idea that certain words are only applied to women. So continue with resistance. Inclusive language, of course, has to come up in the conversation, right? So when I asked them about this topic, they well, only 20% of the translators show some reluctance to use inclusive language in their work. The rest reported they try to use it whenever it's possible. Now, about 40% of them prefer to use generic feminine rather than the X, the @ sign, or the letter E for inclusivity. Some believe that inclusive language is not always about including, but to make visible what usually is not there. One translator thinks that it shouldn't be normative, but free to use as one feels suitable, because once it becomes the norm, it won't be useful anymore. That was an interesting view. The participants who rejected the use of inclusive language both think that the feminist struggle is bigger than the use of language, so we should be focused on what is relevant instead. because they think it could be distracting and useless at some point. I only have one example of subversion, and it has to do with omission, as one may think. It's an obvious choice, right? So when asked about how they deal with parts of text they find problematic or offensive, only 2 of them openly admitted that they having omitted those parts that they didn't like or that they didn't agree with. They say they don't mention this often, as this strategy is usually frowned upon. And one of them omitted a section where some characters wore blackface as part of the story, and noticed that the change did not affect the text greatly, so she did it. And that's the only example I have. I have to say that this is interesting because it tells that people are not trying to be subversive at all, that they try to include everything that is in the text, or try to ways to adjust information so that it's not omitted at all. That was interesting. So, well, for this, in this slide, you can see just this is just merely a collection of bad news for feminist translators in Mexico. And I created the list from what the participants reported they had experienced. It is hard for translators to be able to select the projects they feel most dearly about, as you can imagine. And I think it's pretty much the same everywhere. So, and it has to do most of the time with copyrights issues and investment. Publishing houses sometimes they're not willing to do, right? So editors or proofreaders most of the time make changes to text without notice and don't give any feedback to translators. So the translator may not have immediate feedback as to how her resistance or activism is received until later. So I dare to say that is why they are careful about how they do it. Translators' notes are not desirable in editorial translation. Academic translation seems to welcome these notes more than any other area, as from what they reported. Forewords are the dream to some translators, but at the same time, they say they won't have the time to write one when they only have 6 weeks to complete the assignment. That's more or less the time they are given for one book.
6 weeks.
6 weeks. So forewords seem to be viable only for special projects like the ones I have mentioned before. Those 2 books that were financed by their own translators, or the ones that they got a prize in order a scholarship to do it, and they had enough time to complete the work, of course. So, well, translation work is not well paid. This is true everywhere. We know that. But when basic needs are not easily covered, how can you have the time and energy to promote an ideology, right? It becomes difficult. And some of them told me that. They say, well, I need to pay the rent, I need to buy food. So for me, this is not a choice. I had to follow the rules. Now, on the bright side, being a feminist translator also has some good parts. There is this translator who was elected to work on the translation on Good Night Stories for Rebel Girls, thanks to her feminist background. She has been very open about her interests and the way she works with text. So the authors, which are Italian American, by the way, they were very specific about the profile of the translators they wanted to work in their book, and she was benefited by this. So that's a good thing. From what they said, we can say that independent publishing houses can be easier to work with and provide more opportunities for translation projects. I think this is also a general sense people have in other countries. Interestingly, most of the interviewees concurred with the idea that the feminist movement in Mexico, which sadly is very strong due to the massive protests by young activists who march with the families of missing women or victims of femicide. Now, this mass movement is encouraging women to call themselves feminists, and now are more open to changes at the linguistic level and for the sake of positionality. Now, the activism, as I mentioned before, seems to be reserved to free work outside. Most translators reported being cautious about the manipulation of text and try to be faithful to original and invisible in the target text. Their activism is still shy and not always related to text changes. The second point was already mentioned, but seems relevant as is linked to the next one. Translators, translatresses need to be aware of what is available for them in feminist translation studies, and maybe they will become more creative and will try new forms of participation. And all the translators recommended this. They said, well, I didn't know about this. I didn't know that some people have already done this in different contexts, that they can fight for changes. And I mean, this was shocking for some of them. The fourth point is not a conclusion. This is the fourth one, but food for thought. Considering the context in which these translators do the work, how practical is for them to try to resist or subvert language? What kind of activism is doable under the circumstances? Should it always be a conflicting practice? Some people like Luis Monflotto and Vladimir Hartwood have asserted that there must be a proper cultural context to allow such freedom when working as feminist translators. And this is important, as one of the criticisms often heard is that most of the strategies utilized by feminist translators will not be approved in more traditional contexts. So what can we do to change this context, right? The last point is a conclusion I get from what I have done so far. Some may think that there is not much work done as feminist translation there, but I believe it is burgeoning and promising. The more we explore these issues, the more translation professionals will learn about it. And the more we ask questions in this regard in academic environments, for example, the more aware translation students and professors alike will be about these possibilities. I can only hope that the complementary and following steps in my for this research would allow me to shed some more light on the situation that I just reported. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Lilia. Okay.
I didn't.
Yeah. No, just
We can do it later.
Yeah, we can do it. Okay, so now let me see. We should have Anna. I see you there. Anna, can you hear me? Can you hear me fine? Okay. So you can start sharing the screen and then I'll introduce you and then you can start with the presentation. So maybe if you want to try sharing screen. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't hear you. So I don't really use much of this program. I usually use Zoom. So if you see, yeah, you have to share the screen, your screen yourself, because this is, show your PowerPoint. Do you have a PowerPoint? Maybe if you don't, yeah. You don't have a PowerPoint? Yeah, but I can hear you. Let me see. Disattiva audio, no. I can't hear you, that's why I don't hear you. Can you try maybe with the microphone to see there's something on your part? Okay, just a second, she left. Maybe she was staying up, so she's trying to come back. Because on our part, okay, no, I can't. You kind of, you're not muted, so we're supposed to hear you. And shall we ask the technicians maybe? Yeah. Yeah, just a second, then I'm gonna ask if someone is there. Are they usually? I have no idea. They could be everywhere. Yeah, I know.
There's always some technical issues.
Yeah.
So how advanced are you in your research work?
Not really far. I've been working on it for 1.5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, more or less at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah. And you?
Well, I think I'm pretty much, more or less I have done half of it.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes.
That's a huge project.
Yes,
Yes.
it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Anna, can you please say something? Yeah, no, we don't hear. Yeah, no, okay. We were just trying now. We asking. Because, ok, the micro disattiva audio, fisso, sulla schermata principale, no? Because I'm not really very comfortable with this program, I don't know where to try to, I don't want to maybe risk taking out also the sharing screen and yeah. Do you know maybe?
Credential to share the screen. Okay.
Sorry?
Maybe she doesn't have the credential
To share the screen, but the problem is also okay. Maybe can you say something?
That was Sarah.
It was Sarah. It was someone else. So yeah. So someone else was speaking. So someone else could we could hear.
No.
Si sente?
Sì, Sara ti sentiamo, però non sentiamo una una speaker, una presenter che deve parlare adesso. Sì, sì, non sentiamo. Allora, questa persona che deve presentare, ma non la sentiamo, per cui non so come mai.
Allora,
Sì.
Perché è un problema nostro?
Lei.
perché in teoria Leo tu mi senti?
Ti sento,
Sì,
quindi
è un
il
problema
della...
Il microfono di Anna?
Prova a dirle se ha delle cuffie con
Sì.
un microfono.
Anna,
magari
do you have some headphones that you can plug in and maybe that's gonna work?
Così proviamo con quelle.
Yeah.
Magari c'è il microfono.
Sì, c'è il microfono inserito. Che succede?
No,
Vedi che non la sentiamo. Forse anche lei.
No,
Anche...
we can't hear you. We still can't hear you. So if you have maybe some headphones and maybe through the headphones we're gonna. Yeah.
Are you speaking to me?
Now we're speaking to Anna. So everyone else, please mute yourself.
Leo, interrompi lo
Sì,
schermo
sì.
lì da loro, così vediamo.
Okay.
Ecco, è uscita, vediamo.
Sì, è uscita anche prima perché voleva, dalla mimica ho capito che voleva provare. Vabbè, scusate, avremo un po' meno tempo per le domande, a meno che...
Se non vuoi, c'è qualcuno che deve parlare dopo?
no,
Volete fare
è
uno scambio?
l'ultima persona
Ok.
che deve parlare.
Vediamo.
Sì.
Is it the end of the previous session or it is this one? Because it's me and I need to set up the slides.
Okay, but then this is the section after this one. This is the section, this one.
You have not finished yet.
No, we haven't finished. Yeah, we're gonna finish that at 12:15, and then there's gonna be your section.
And then it will be a small break so I can
Yeah,
upload the slides. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. No,
Not coming back.
not coming back. Beh, in quel caso lasciamo tempo alle domande. Anche perché poi non abbiamo molto tempo rimasto. Ok,
Notte con le domande,
facciamo con le
se
domande,
rientra
allora,
io
sì,
aspetto
sì.
qua
Sì,
un
va bene,
secondo.
grazie, sì, facciamo
metti
così.
pure avanti.
Okay, so just not to waste some time, I think we could maybe start with questions related to these two papers. So I would like to invite the speakers to come forward. Maybe if you want to also bring a chair or stand, I don't know, if you prefer a chair, it's probably more comfortable, so you can sit there. So yeah, so thank you very much for the presentation. They were really rich and insightful, full of a lot of interesting and also common points. You talked about feminist translation in both cases, activists. What I really found striking was the fact that activism is not necessarily visible always, and activism is often also it's used. Let's see.
Eccola.
Anna, can you?
Yes, can you hear me
Yes,
now?
okay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
We had decided to do the questions, but then
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah.
continue.
So, what do you think? Shall we just ask a couple of questions and then go with the last presentation? Yeah. So, I wanted to say that what I liked about the presentations you did was the idea also of hidden activism, the fact that a text can be influential, a translation can be influential, in conjunction with other activities that the translator is doing, or in conjunction with how the text is received by others and then used within activism. And it's something that I've also been exploring myself. So I was really happy to hear that. Then I have a question for both of you in relation to, first of all, the idea of history. And you mentioned Mona Becker, was my also PhD supervisor, and the idea that history is used or is, translators, scholars, translation scholars who looked at history sometimes is just not to say something that can be controversial about the present, so they hide through history. Something I hadn't really come across. So I wanted you maybe to elaborate a bit on that. What kind of idea is that? Because I find it controversial, very controversial. And I think we need more studies on activism in the past, as you said. And then the question you said about, you mentioned, Argelia, about various techniques and various possibilities of translating using a neutral language. At some point you said some feminists didn't want to use the neutral language because it would make invisible the women. And this is the same debate that goes on in Italy a lot of times between certain kind of feminists and trans feminists who advocate more for the use of neutral instead of for the use of only the feminine. But there are also other discourses that are going on. For example, in Bologna there is a group, Smascheramenti, that uses as a practice also the extensive feminine form to include everyone instead of so it's a feminine inclusive as a plural. So it's like a practice that also visibilize women, but also include trans women, and include also gender non-binary people. And therefore, this is also a technique used to make both all visible by using the feminine rather than just the at or the asterisk and so on. So if you want to comment on that, and then
should I go first?
I don't know if you want to go first.
Sure.
Let's start with that.
It's a fresh question, so we'll go. I think it definitely what they said, what they reported, has to do with the way they, with the kind of feminism they feel more related to, or the kind of feminism they support, right? Yes, some of them also mentioned that. If we consider democracy, in the world, women, feminist is using the feminine is the way to go. Right? Even for the people who identify as women right now, we are more than men in the end. So, if we are really democratic, it's the way to go. So, what I didn't mention in this presentation is that some of them were also reluctant to use inclusive language or using those options, using the X or the @ sign, or because they think they have been institutionalized. Some come from institutions, from the government, that they give like even a manual about how to go regarding inclusive language, and they don't want to do it. It's a way to resist, impositions from authorities. And I think that's it has to do with that. Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I also found her statement very controversial, and I don't know if it's a direct answer to your question, but what I realize also now in the current, maybe not in the overall feminist movement, but in specific feminist or political groups, is that the historical consciousness is missing most of the time, and oftentimes I feel as if we were moving in circles and reinventing the wheel all the time. So, and statements like Mona Baker's, I came across, I just came across it and was very struck by it, and I think they contribute to this idea that history, let's leave the past behind and let's look forward. But I think we can't look forward if we don't look back and see what has already been done and what can be improved or taken up and developed further. So this is why I'm advocating for historical research in a sense. So I don't know if it answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe we have time for another question, and we move to Anna and ask her. Yeah?
There's time.
Yeah. Do you want to come maybe, or because probably we don't hear from the microphone, so if you come closer to the... Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I really liked your presentations. They were really interesting for me because they in part touch the same kind of work I'm doing, even though on different aspects for some parts. So I have a very specific question for each of you. The first is for Julia, and I'd like to know if your research focuses on certain authors or a certain period or time span, or it's just more a general, maybe you have a perspective and you keep that, but just because I'm really interested in this sort of research. And the other one is for Argelia. Okay, sorry. Well, I find it very interesting the way you deal with research on translators, not only on translation as a process, but with people. And because this is something I did myself, but I was wondering, do you only work with contemporary translators? Because I see you work with questionnaires. Or do you also make research related to the past? Because, for instance, I used archives and translator archives or feminist groups archives to discover something from the past. And I see it's a very different kind of work. And I was wondering if you work on these two sides, both of the past and the present, or not. And one more thing, do you know that in Italian we have the schwa, for inclusive language? We not only have the asterisk or but also the schwa.
Okay.
And so you can also pronounce it like buongiorno a tutte, or tutti and tutta. And so we are now using this for, I don't know if it might be of interest if you...
Yeah. We use the letter E. Letter E. At the end, so todas, todos, todes. Todes.
Okay.
It's like a neutral.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think my answer is shorter.
Let's maybe keep it shorter so that Anna can present.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, I mentioned it in the title and then didn't speak about the time period. So I'm looking at the time between 1848 and 1918. So when the first women's movements started to gain momentum and were organized. And during this period, women did not have any legal right to be politically active. And by exploring the ways they still found a way to participate in politics, I then came across the ways they integrated translation work. Yeah.
Okay, in regard to your question, at some point, my supervisor, Luis Confloto, and I were thinking about, going back in the past and try to see, to dig, and try to find some feminist translators from the past. But we thought that it would be better just to focus on one aspect at this point, because I'm actually doing a lot of interviews and I still have more to do in the future. So I'm only working with contemporary translators.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's have now Anna. Anna, you should be able also to share your PowerPoint presentation if you have one. I don't remember what you.
I have only at certain moments I'll be sharing certain slides.
Okay, so I'll introduce you. I'm going to use the short introduction.
Perfect.
You maybe can
Thank
keep
you.
it a bit short. I don't know if you can, but because we have also another session immediately after
Of
this
course.
starting. So Anna Lee Popham is a writer and editor living in Toronto, Canada. Anna is an MFI candidate in creative writing at University of Guelph and a graduate of the Writers' Studio at Simon Fraser University and University of Toronto School of Continuing Education Creative Writing Certificate, where she was a recipient of the Janice Colbert Poetry Award. Okay, over to you.
Thank you so much, and I apologize that there's been technical problems on my end over here. I also want to thank the conference organizers. It's a real honor to get to present at this conference, and I wish I could have been there with you all in Italy. I'm going to speak, and I'm going to try and truncate it a little bit just to respect all of your time. I'm going to speak to translation through the lens of ways that we can resist what the formations of the state by looking at how feminist practice of poetry might do so. And I'm looking specifically at a collection of poetry that I'm working on that's called Empires of the Everyday, through which I draw from Gould and Tomasevian's frame of the translator as witness bearer, to look at how this feminist practice of resistance might be able to be enacted through translation of the news into poetry. So the collection looks at what Smith calls the everyday, meaning both, quote, the particular local ways where people live their lives, and also a way of seeing from where we actually live into the power, processes, and relations that organize and determine the everyday context of our seeing. So it's a very feminist way of looking at, how we live out our everyday. And the poetry collection suggests that by looking at the news and translating it into poetry, we can actually understand the imperial context that we live within. And it draws from the work of Hart and Negri, who look at empire and think about how is empire continuing to exist in our everyday. The collection of poems, the I of the poems is the voice of a piece of AI machine technology. And the premise of the collection is that the machine technology is fed the news and then spits out texts that exposes the history and the ongoing presence of empire, of colonialism, and of state violence. And so it goes, and what the collection attempts to explore is how that very process is one of translation. And so while it goes between a single language, so it's intralingual translation, it suggests that we require that kind of translation process to really understand the context that we live within. And just to give a little bit more context about the collection, following the works of Adrienne Rich, the different poets, including Adrienne Rich in Atlas of a Difficult World, Dion Brand, Canadian poet in Inventory, and C.D. Wright, the multiple yous are addressed within the poems of multiple different subjectivities. And the yous of the poems move through a landscape of what's called the city. This use of the city draws from Dion Brand's understanding that the city is a place that encapsulates life, captures life, and makes life happen. So I want to get into actually sharing the poems a little bit, but I just want to speak a little bit more about how this understanding of translation in the context of this poem, of this collection. So Gould and Tomasabian's frame of witness bearer, they explain that, quote, when a translator acts as witness bearer, the boundary between the author and the translator is often rendered invisible. The particular kinds of agency of the translator as witness bearer often merges with that of the poet. And so the poems try to explore, what is that merging that happens, and what is the role of poetry within the context of translation. The poetry collection also extends or attempts to extend Berman's thinking, who states that the translator should find a way of making textually accessible to the target reader what is precisely different from their thinking. So it extends this frame to think about how might the translator in the collection of poetry, which in this case is the AI machine technology, point towards a way of making textually accessible to the target reader, not what is precisely different from their reality, but actually what is precisely constant, but less visible in their reality. So how might that also be the role of a translator when looking at translating within a single language? And similarly, the work follows Judith Butler's understanding that translation is a process that, quote, will constitute a loss, a disorientation, but one in which the human stands a chance of coming into being anew. Based on this understanding of translation and the understanding that empire attempts to prevent us from seeing itself, and so requires a translatory process, so requires a process through which we can actually see the context within which we exist, the project traces the you of the poems, beginning with an initial position of presence within empire, but which the poems call the city, but a distant engagement with its impacts because of needing, but yet not yet accessing this translator. So I'm going to start by sharing just the first poem in the collection. And I apologize if I'm actually moving a little too quickly. Okay, sorry, 1 second here. Let me just pull this up. Okay, I think, are we, you know what? It's not going to share my screen. I think we'll just go with it.
Okay.
Apologize. Okay, so the first poem is called To the City in Translation. At 12, you awake each morning, evaporating the limits of your public faith. Your ears inessential to the symphony, you siphon your blood to an anemic language. Your uncertainty crawling up the cold avenues of your clavicle. By 21, you are steeped within a suspended city. Beyond the subway's static walls of people's unknown whereabouts, the operator says there is no fare to pay today in this prolific silence the city always veers from. In this ultimatum to every nation, with us, against us, you return home to the north of all America does. You parse the city's wires, the city's subdivisions. And so the poems try to attempt to continue to expand this understanding of translation by drawing from Patricia Hill Collins' frames that individuals who serve as translators not only interpret the varying meanings across different intellectual, political, and social settings, but they actually create knowledge in border spaces. And so the collection tries to look into those border spaces and ask ourselves, what are we missing when we don't actually hold that within our frame? The poetry collection then traces, maybe that will work if I can.
Yeah,
just trying.
added you as a organizers because I don't know much meat, so I try. So try maybe to share.
This is great. I would be so wonderful to actually be able to share.
I thought maybe, I'll try that, because in Zoom is like a co-hosting, is the option. So I thought, so let's try.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, I should be able now to share the screen.
Okay, great. It's still not allowing me to, so I think I'll just continue for now. And I may actually be able to pull it up on a different device, which I would love to share. So I'll see if I can do this simultaneously. So I'm just going to skip a little bit. So the project recognizes this translation as a political process and draws from Spivak's articulation that translation is both necessary and possible, and Don Mi Choi's perspective that language of capture, torture, massacre is difficult to decipher. It's practically a foreign language. And through this, the poetry tries to ask, or the project rather, tries to ask, how might a poetry versed in a feminist praxis render a translation of empire possible? How might such a translation enable resistance? What would engaging in such a process of translation of the everyday, maybe even one that might be seen as participatory, do to understandings of what is possible within and beyond everyday's present moment? Even, are we always engaging in forms of translation to understand the world and its political context, meaning the world and meaning everything around us? What tools might assist in this constant translation? And as a response, in the form of a developing response, before perhaps more like a call-in response, the project proposes that poetry as a form, a project itself that bends language and so allows us to bend our comprehension of what's possible, might offer an opportunity for that kind of translation. And I draw from a number of thinkers, of course, who suggest that poetry offers this opportunity to see what's not otherwise recognized as possible. And I just want to, very quickly to wrap up, speak to, of course, there are many limitations within such an suggestion or such an examination. And the one that I really want to highlight is that the project is highly individualistic. And so there's a you and there's an I and there's an interaction between them. But the you, the person, attempts to engage the I, which is the machine technology, but it does so as a very solitary project. They attempt to understand, gain knowledge, even have an emotional comprehension, but they do so alone, separate from an engagement with others and separate in an engagement in the form of action. And so while I do want to suggest that projects like this can be attempts to understand the imagination of empire, as Said has framed it, with the goal of being able to resist it, subvert it, and even engage in a liberatory process when faced with its violence. But of course, it brings these inherent limitations. The possibilities that I see in projects like these is that translation processes such as that offered by the eye of these poems is that there are ways that understanding empire might push us towards more of a collective, or what Hart and Negri form as a multitude. This also draws from the understandings of translation as a collective praxis, as Nagar spoke to in Ergin and Castro's collection. And Nagar says, where stories and truths never stop evolving. So understanding this collective praxis as where stories and truths never stop evolving, refusing static definitions of ethics and responsibility. And Nagar continues, a translation process that hungers for ethical engagement through collective agitation can be deeply satisfying, precisely because it does not believe in easy resolutions or closures or in transparent renderings of meetings. I think I'll wrap up there. I have a concluding poem, but I think I'll just leave it there. Thank you all for allowing me to present in this space, and I do apologize for the technical glitches.
Thank you very much. And sorry for rushing you to
oh, no problem at all.
We're a bit late, I've seen, with the next panel because the chair is not yet here. So we might have like a room for one question because I don't see the chair arriving. So we need, if you don't mind, we need to wait. So we have like time maybe for a question if you have a question from the public about translation and poetry translation and this idea of translation as seeing through something that you do, making visible. Anybody else maybe a question? Yeah, Julia, do you want to come? Yeah.
Hi. It's
Hello.
a very simple question, but I didn't get it. But is this a project? And if yes, what is your role in this project? Or are you just analyzing an existing project from the outside?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I probably went over that very, very quickly. It's a collection of poetry that I'm writing myself. And so I'm attempting to understand in the crafting of that poetry, what are the possibilities that it might hold as a translation tool, but also as within the lens of a feminist practice.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for the question.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Maybe another question? You're okay, so shall we stop here? Okay, so leave time for the next panel. thank you, Anna, and yeah, sorry for we don't have much time left. So and thank you also for being very quick.
Absolutely, yes, totally understand, and my apologies on this end.
Yes, so and thank you also the other panel, the other presenters for that. So just a little applause. Okay, so bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye. I suppose I need to, no, I'll leave the call open because I don't have to touch anything. Yes, if you want to take off yours, I think we need to go here. See you later. And sono sicura. Spelli. Okay, yes.
My train was so late. It had like 60 minutes delayed. And I was trying to listen through YouTube, but the link we had yesterday, they were just for the session we had yesterday.
Yes, so these are different links. So, so
but I kind of heard like the last part of yours.
Oh.
It was very interesting.
You finished? Yeah, we finished. Now is starting the new session.
Yeah,
you can,
it was like on the train,
very
like,
late.
so
I know that's what
nice
it
that
is.
I realized that these are kind of recorded then on YouTube. Maybe it's just available today.
Yes, just one day. They was
Just one
deleted.
day.
Yeah, they were deleted because they didn't ask for permission.
They didn't really ask.
Maybe we can ask them permission today.
I'm recorded.
Nice to meet you.
I'm not from Maria.
Making
Nice to
most of
meet
the
you.
trains.
Oh yeah, Maria Parlati.
Okay,
So I would like to upload my slides there.
Perché sono in giro per 3 anni, però
Sì,
quando
non
torno
so.
domani
Ciao.
rispondo a
Go
tutto.
away.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Maybe, yeah. Oh. Should be done. Okay. So.
And then
Yes.
what do I need to do with them?
Just close it and then just copy it on the desktop so that all you have to do is just share.
Yes, so copied it.
Yeah, just,
And then?
just put it on the desktop. No, you haven't. Go back to your there and then take this and put it.
No, I think that probably I need to copy, right? And
Yeah,
then,
you just have to
okay.
pull it to the desktop.
And then I will
Yeah.
upload it. Continue.
Okay.
What does it mean?
I don't know. Okay, so it doesn't really allow you to. Okay, which is a shame. Doesn't matter. Okay, we have it open. It's still there. So. Okay.
Ah, ok, so che no, io sto qua adesso, devo ascoltare.
Qualcuno ci vorrà. Okay.
Ciao, tutto ok dall'aula C?
Sorry, can I just check that everything is fine? Ok, sembra di sì.
Sì, dovete solo condividermi lo schermo.
Infatti adesso sto chiudendo le varie.
Ok.
Right. Allora, io voglio una scheda che non è.
Potete fare anche condivisione schermo intero, così viene meglio.
Ok. Ok.
Perfetto, ottimo.
Ok. Si vede?
Sì, sì, perfetto, potete partire.
Ok, grazie.
So can I do it for the... So they will see it, right?
They will see it.
Okay.
No worries.
And how I will operate, how I can show the slides.
Sorry, no, this is
Okay.
this way.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I do F5 so it will occupy the
Yeah,
whole
sure. But let
page?
me just say hello to
Yes.
Tao, who's also there, hopefully. Tutto a posto? Sì, no, questo via. Ok, via. Okay. Tao, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Great. Can you hear us? Is everything
Yes, sure.
great?
I can
Great.
hear you.
Okay. Lovely. Okay, I'm just trying to see whether this works any better this way. Okay, it is my pleasure. And I think we'd better start. No, maybe we're still slightly early. We still have 2 minutes. Okay. No, we don't have 2 minutes. We're late. Okay, sorry, I was thinking. Okay, so you do that. Okay. Now, what I have to do is just go back to the presentation. Okay, that's it. And then you move whichever, and then of course we'll present it from here. But before, okay. Right. It is my pleasure to introduce Anna Ponomareva. Maria, am I pronouncing it correctly? Okay, great. Who is from the University College of London. She's going to present on the annotated Arabian Nights Tales from 1001 Nights, told by Yasmin Seal. Just a few words to describe her. Dr. Ponomareva is, she was awarded a first degree in analytic philosophy at the Moscow State University. And on that occasion, she studied language, personal identity, and other minds. And that would be very interesting, though mysterious. She moved on to British universities, being both Manchester and UCL, to pursue her postgraduate studies. And she also she has an experience of work at the Home Office at Westminster Primary Care Trust and secondary schools in London. These experiences have actually shaped, and I'm reading from her bio notes, I think she really cared to inform us about this. These have shaped Anna's interests and adjusted them to the practical needs of teaching both arts and humanities in the context of the British academia. She has completed her PhD in translation studies at the University College of London. Her subject for that work is translation theory, in particular methods of translation. She has also other research interests, which actually include Russian symbolism, history of ideas, comparative literature, and of course, Russian language. She's now currently developing the notion of intersemiotic translation, connecting the text and music in various senses, I suppose, and eco-translation. So she's also going to working on the issue of gardens as metaphors for translation. So I leave the floor to her, and I'll be eager to listen.
Thank you very much for this nice presentation. So whatever I decided to write about myself shows that I strongly believe that practice contributes a lot to theory. So this time I'm talking about the 1001 Night translations, and in the recently published translation, which was done by Yasmin Seal, it is the first translation into English produced by a female translator. And this, I think, gave me a chance to participate in your conference. But the more I research on the subject, the more I realize that there is a lot to say. And obviously, in my today's presentation, I will not cover all issues which might be related to the subject of our presentation and conference. So, why to talk now about the 1001 Night? Unfortunately, on the 24th of February this year, the Russian president decided to start war with Ukraine. And it is even more unfortunate that it was not the first time when these atrocities are happening in Europe. And what I in particular found out that 1001 Nights, it's such a text which helps people to deal with their mental health issues and to overcome the stress and the abilities not to understand what is going on in the contemporary world. That's why since February 24th, I'm reading the Nights, and I find it, similar to many other people, extremely therapeutic. And I also took part in a conference which was dedicated entirely to the text of these Arabian Nights. But there I presented a different paper. I talked about Rimsky-Korsakov's music and a ballet under the same title. Scheherazade. And there I discussed various translations, and the argument was that the ballet and the suite are contributions to transmutations of the nights, which means that they're also translations, but they're using different languages. So in a way, today's paper continues my interest in 1001 Nights. So this is the translator and a fantastic volume which was published at the end of 2021. And on the slides, you can see quotes from the presentations of the translator when she publicized her work. So, as I have briefly mentioned, it is the first translation which was done by a woman translator in a number of translations into English. And what is also peculiar about this work, that it is an annotated translation, and I will explain how the annotated translation is different from any other translation a little bit later. So obviously, some work has been done before where the issue about peculiar feminine characters are mentioned in research related to the Arabian Nights. And what is also specific for the Nights, that these stories, they do not have a fixed number of fairy tales or tales. We do not know anything about the author of these nights, so it is quite a flexible text which has many editions as well. And talking about the edition which I'm discussing tomorrow, you can see again the quote from the translator's notes, where it is completely clear that her decision was to make her translation to be contemporary. In other words, to use common language understandable for a lot of people. And these are the slides which look at two translations and compare them. The most famous translation into English was done by Richard Burton at the end of the 19th century. And it is famous in the translation theory and history because it is definitely a masculine perspective on the text, and a lot of sexual scenes were introduced, not only translated, there is a lot of commentary to use a sexist language and etc. But with the help of my friend Dima Kazim, who knows Arabic, because I do not know Arabic, I decided to look as if at the original, meaning the Arabic text, and then two translations into English. And for this comparison, I took one tale, the tale of the porter and the girls. And this tale, according to the translator, Yasmin Sil, is her favorite tale. So this is my rationale in taking this tale in particular. And here is a passage where one of these Baghdadi girls go into the market, and here we are discussing what she is buying at the fruit and flower stand. And here you can see I used different colors to highlight something which is different or which is identical and which is added or being removed by Yasmin Sil. So First of all, I would like to point your attention to what is highlighted in pink. So here we're talking about some herbs. And in the original Arabic, we have something which is called privet flowers. Obviously, by making these slides, I contributed a lot to finding various plants, berries, and flowers. And here what is going on, it is exactly the same, which is called henna. So in changing this flower of privet or privet flower into henna, Yasmin Seal obviously simplified the language and removed it from something foreign or maybe to a certain extent archaeological meaning. However, talking about Amani plums, so Richard Burton decided to translate it as Omani peaches, and Yasmin Seal removed Amani because, according to my friend who knows Arabic, it is absolutely impossible because there are no fruit which grows in Oman because it is not a garden state of the Arabic Peninsula. But she insists that they're supposed to be plums, and they are from the capital of contemporary capital of Jordan, which is called Amman. Here, Yasmin Seal removed the geographical name from the description of the fruit. So this is something which has been adjusted or changed. But what is interesting, and I do not know the reason why in particular one flower was removed. And we are talking about eglantine. So, and it is a rose. And I think it's quite strange because this rose scent is used largely in perfume in the East, and it contributes to the atmosphere of Baghdad as well, because there might be a lot of rose bushes. So talking about Damascus lily, it is also, in my understanding, important because it looks like that it's not a lily, it is a water lily, which obviously provides some references to glorious pools in some gardens, which are also part of the tale. So here, my illustration of what was preserved and what was changed. But the most important is that in Jasmine Searle's description of what the lady is buying, basil is mentioned, but it hasn't been mentioned by Richard Burton. But why is it? It seems to me that introducing basil in what she is buying, she is also making a bridge to some description of sexual scenes in the tale which we are discussing now. And in particular, it goes back to this explanation, the bridge of basil. And basil as a plant, as a herb, is also famous for its medicinal issues, and in a way it might be a plant who helps with the termination of pregnancies. Anyway, it goes how thick our translation can be if we look at all the plants, fruit, and flowers one of the Baghdadi women is buying. But what I'm trying to say, it was my first idea to compare the text. And for this comparison, my choice was to look at one particular tale. But as I briefly mentioned, my comparison did not say a lot about why the new translation, which was done by the first female translator works better than other translations done into English by male translators. So I decided to look beyond the text. So now we are talking about textual and paratextual features. So, and here obviously I'm using the terms of Gerard Genet, which wrote his now famous book on paratexts, Thresholds of Interpretation. This is how it was translated into English. So, first of all, it is the annotated translation, and I hope that my next slide says what is it. But this annotated translation helped to introduce the effect of presence. So here, every tale starts with the voice of Shahrazad, in which she continues her stories, because the opportunity to tell another story, it is an opportunity to live one more day. And when the story ends, her story was so interesting that she was granted another day to live. And that's how she managed to survive, and she managed to have a life and stop the horrible practice of the vizier there. So the text, it has, the story starts, the story goes, my happy king, and then she continues. But when the story finished, it ends with, when night fell, her sister said, if you are not asleep, tell us a tale to break the waking night. And then the story, a new story begins. So here I made a slide and the Amazon site helped me to have it, because you can see that what is the annotated translation. On this slide, you can see the text of the story. You also see images, and images are used from the variety of publications. And in particular, images are extremely interesting and valued because they're used from very old editions, and not necessarily only editions which were translated into English. There are also images used from the museums of Iraq, and also from private collections and contemporary artists as well. And what you can see in the column in blue, these are the notes. But what is going on? These notes are made in comparison with the editor of the volume, and the person who wrote the introduction. So there is a couple of introductions to this translation. One did by the editor of the volume, who also responsible for the notes, and another by the translator. So here in these annotations or notes, information is not only on the explanation of peculiar terminology, it also highlights editions where you can look at other meanings and other translations. So it is more rich than commentary, because it provides bridges to other books which help you to understand the text of the Nights, and also it presents various views on translations. And here in particular, I copied some of these notes in order for you to illustrate my argument, how the position of this translator, who is a woman herself, makes the text richer, and how it is an opportunity to represent what in particular Scheherazade is doing in her stories, why her stories are so important. And here, usually I'm not reading what is on the slides. I give you the privilege to read it by yourself. But my point is that whatever is in these notes, it makes the position of Shahrazad more powerful, more intelligent. That's why I call this slide the power of notes, because it represents the intelligence of Shahrazad, her ideas to pick up one or another story in order to tell it on this particular night and in order to win another day to live. And again, coming back to this idea that these notes, they're not only explanations of terminology used there, but these are the notes that they provide more feminist point of view on marriage, on social order. And as I said, they also give you links to peculiar editions, research-based, where you can find some information related to these stories, which have a particular focus to support social and gender equality. So, I'm ending my presentation by providing a link to a powerful Rimsky-Korsakov music in which the part of violin is given to Scheherazade. It gives her a voice. So in Rimsky-Korsakov suite, you're constantly hearing the violin, you're constantly hearing the Scheherazade's voice, which makes the music and his idea of telling the tales in music more specific and very close to Yasmin Seal's feminine translation, annotated translation of some 1001 stories from the Arabian Nights. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Wow, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Perfect timing, absolutely. Wonderful timing. I don't know whether I do have a couple of questions, but maybe we can wait and listen to Yanta. Okay, let me just close. And maybe you can also not forget to get your, go for it. Okay, right. Okay. Tao, is it your first name?
Yes.
Is it Tao? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Great. So it is my pleasure now to introduce Tao Yuan, who teaches at the Dalian University of Technology.
Yes.
She is the associate professor. It's interesting. You're right, the associate professor in the translation department in that university. She's also a candidate for a Doctor of Applied Language Sciences in the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Her research focuses basically on the study of literary translation, on translation studies and theories, and she has been writing quite brilliantly, and she has a dozen publications on journals such as Translogos, Translation Horizons, Transletters, and so on. She has also translated, and that would be very interesting, given that we've been talking about transmedia and multimodal translation, maybe there are connections. She's been translating documentary films, which have been selected, shortlisted, and shown in international film festivals, and she maybe will also deal with them. But today she's going to talk about From Modal Wife to Modal Woman, early characterizations of Zhou, of Little Women in China. Zhou is, of course, not the perfect, but certainly the most beloved, maybe, character in Little Women, at least as far as I can see it. But I'm really eager to hear you talk about the early, not the late, but the early versions of Zhou in particular, and that kind of agent that Zhou is in the original American text. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Palati, and I'm very honored to present my paper entitled From Model Wife to Model Woman, Early Characterization of Zhou, Little Women in China. So Little Women has been an overwhelming sensation as one of the 21 bestsellers in the United States. It has been adapted into movies for almost every 2 decades and translated into over 50 languages. In China, it has been translated twice in a decade since 1925, and it is of great academic significance for the construction of Zhou, a creative intellectual for the pursuit of independence. However, debate is continuing about Zhou's femininity and masculinity, and previous research has been focused on the literary criticism, whereas little research has been carried out on the systematic analysis of Zhou's early characterizations in China after the New Culture movement, when China experienced unprecedented change. And characterization, well, is the ascription of traits to the fictional figure. It will provide reliable investigation into the motivation, features, and emotion, and has been applied in epics, Shakespearean plays, and modern dramas. However, there is much less information about the systematic analysis of a character in prose narrative. To address the research lacuna, I joined on the characterization cues by Culpeper. The research sets out to investigate the progressive development of Zhou, to explore the early characterization of the figure in China, and identify the factors influencing the characterization and the translation norms after the New Culture movement in 1920s. So the research questions are, first, what is the characterization of Zhou in 1920s and 30s? And if there are any difference in the characterization cue between SD and TT, what are the factors influencing the characterization cues? And Little Women started a new genre of ghost book, which has no ready-made model in the target culture. So what are the specific translational norms for the new genre? Theoretically, it will expand the descriptive translation studies with narrative and cognitive stylistics. Pragmatically, it will provide a top-down and bottom-up analysis for Zhou's characterization, and methodologically, it will provide the mixed method with corpus-based study and in-depth analysis. So I will review the previous research on Little Women, characterization, and translational norms. As we can see that Zhou is a character of contradictions. On the one hand, many scholars argue that she represents a negative model as a plucky girl and the cult of domesticity and motherhood in the Victorian era. On the other hand, lots of scholars claim that she is a synonym of tomboyism than any other female figure, and she presents persistent masculine identification and never outgrows her mannishness. The previous research focused on certain aspects of Zhou. However, what is problematic is that Zhou is a dynamic and progressive character in Building. So another feature of Little Women is it starts the new genre of female Bildungsroman. It focuses the formation of female subject instead of male protagonist, and starts the cult following of children's books, including Anne of Green Gables. It has been translated into over 50 languages, and the masculinity has been attenuated in the Spanish version in 1948 and the Japanese version in the Meiji period in early 20th century. However, little is known about the early characterization of Zhou in China. And characterization has been approached from structuralism on syntactic styles, hermeneutic approach on the intentional object and the mental model of character, and a cognitive approach on the psychological or social traits. And structuralism and hermeneutic approach mainly focus on textuality, and cognitive characterization model is not specified and mainly applied to characters in dramas. As to translational norms, it exists in every stage of translation behavior and has been expanded to the social cultural context by Turri. And Chesterman expands norm from evaluation, and Simeoni supplements the concept of translational norm from sociological perspective. And this research, drawing on cognitive stylistic approach, will have the analysis on the progressive characterization of Zhou and the translational norms in 1920s and 1930s on the mixed method. Now I'd like to move on to the methodology. I draw on the theoretical framework of the characterization model proposed by Culpeper, who combines the prior knowledge of the top-down processing and bottom-up processing from the situation model, text-based, and service representation. And he formulates a very detailed checklist of the characterization cues from the narratorial control, self and other presentation, implicit and explicit cues. And I consider the principle of selection based on the literary and linguistic criteria and modify the model. I will analyze the characterization cues of Zhou from the authorial and translatorial cues from proper names and speech verb, explicit cues from self and other presentation, and implicit cues from character identity and keywords. So as we can see that there are many translations of Little Women, and I choose the earliest two versions because they are complete, and second, they are most influential in consideration of the reprinting. And I will carry out the qualitative analysis from the authorial and translatorial cues, explicit cues, and implicit cues of character identity and keywords will be conducted from the quantitative analysis. I establish subcorpora of Little Women and Joe for the ST and the TTs. So I will analyze the previous, I will start the analysis about data from the prior knowledge of Little Women. Little woman is an item in Oxford English Dictionary, meaning a young female child, a girl, especially the one with traditional womanly qualities. In consideration of Victorian setting, Orchid underscores the traditional features of the protagonist. And as I will then analyze the authorial and translatorial cues. The authorial cues for the proper name of the protagonist is Josephine, which is of Hebrew origin and a feminine form of Joseph, which means Jehovah increases, and Joe is the masculine form of name. The masculinity is further supported by Beth's remark on the name is boyish. Let's have a look at the translation of the Chinese earliest versions. The first version translated Joe into chrysanthemum with an intimate suffix, which might be applied to juniors and children. And the second version translated the name into the proper name of a province in southwestern China. And further, the second version supplements an annotation that the feminine part is omitted. Then I analyze the speech verb, which indicates the manner of speaking, triggering information on the character's attitude, disposition, and psychology, and facilitating the cumulative effect on characterization. I adopt Carter's taxonomy of neutral structuring, elocutionary, discourse signaling, and descriptive verbs related to personality. As we can see on the table, the phonological features such as cry, screaming were greatly reduced in the first version, as exemplified in this case. Abroad, cried Joe, but the first version translated into Joe said, abroad, tell me about it. And then let's have a look at the second part. We can find that interruption is greatly reduced in the first part. As we can see in the example, I'm not putting Joe decidedly is translating to Joe said, I won't accept the benefit. So put in decidedly omitted. And then I move on to the explicit cues, which are how the characters is presented by oneself and the others. Because the study strives to investigate the identity formation, so I will mainly focus on the personality. And let's have a look at the top 5 traits in the self-presentation of Jo. We can find that the self-introduction of her shifted from the impetuous, hot-tempered, adventurous, stubborn child to a queer, lively, scrupulous, mischievous, and insightful lady. And the second one, we can find that Jo shifted from the rough, adventurous, topsy-turvy, odd, angry woman to an adventurous and reliable and insightful woman. Now let's have a look at the other presentation of Jo. We can find it's very notable that all these masculine features such as strong, odd, good fellow, strong-minded are omitted in the first version. At the same time, gentlemanly is shifted into forthright and carol. and the prim and sober, these features were translated into demure. But in the second version, we can find gentlemanly is translated into manly, and all these masculine features are preserved. Then let's move on to the implicit cues, which indicates the verbal and nonverbal cues conveying implicit information of the character. I collect all the technic pronouns such as go and women, and we can see use the void to, and we can see that the dactic pronouns of goes showcases the downward trend. However, the dactic pronouns of women illustrate the increasing trend. And then I compare the dactic pronouns frequency and ST and TTs, and we can find that women is very salient in the first version. And in comparison, the frequency of men is very significant in the second version. Then I use Aunt Conk and analyze the concordance plot, and we can find that the dispersion of the first version, the goals clump in the first part of the novel, but women is evenly distributed in the second version. Then I analyze the keywords, and we can find that although both versions highlight the literary career and aspiration of Joe, the first version highlights the shift from the funny, happy, and lovely girl to an active and funny lady. But the second version highlights the energetic verbs of cry, run, grumble in the first part and loiter in the second part. So let's revisit the research questions. The first question is, what is the characterization of Joe in 1920s and 30s? We can find that the first translation highlights the femininity and infantilization in the proper name and decreased the phonological verbs such as cry and screaming and the interruption. But the second version highlights masculinity and heroic features and decreased the paralinguistic verbs. As to the explicit cues, we can find that the first version highlights the self-representation from impetuosity to scrupulosity, but the second version highlights maturity in the personality. And the other presentation, we can find that first version omits almost all the masculine features, but the second version highlights both masculinity and womanhood. In the implicit cues also highlights girlhood in the first version, but womanhood in the second version. So let's combine the prior knowledge. We can find that first version reinforce the girlhood, the little woman of the prior knowledge by accentuating girlhood, but the second version refreshes the prior knowledge of little woman by stressing the womanhood and mechanism. Then let's analyze what might be the factors influencing the characterization cues. First, let's have a consideration about the social historical context. Liberation of women was aligned with the radical social change after the New Culture movement in China in 1919. And at that time, the prevailing image of women were traditional masculine modern image of women. So another factor might influence the translation is the translator's identity. The translators of the first version were two institutional translators of the Christian Literature Society for China, but the second version is translated by an educator and a translator. And also the intention is highlighted in the preface and also the organization of CLSC. We can find that Christian womanhood is highlighted to set the model for pupils before they are molded. And the first version targeted at the readers of the girl students. But the second version, the translator states that he wants to highlight the importance of employment in life, independence, and creativity of protagonists, and he targets at all the young adults. Then let's have a look at the third research question. What are the specific translation norms for the new genre? New culture movement inspires heterogeneity in writing style, themes, and genres. And the first version was translated in 1920s when children literature was emerging in China. And lots of famous writers started writing children literature. And fairy tales combined reality and dialogue with family softness and tenderness. These children literature strive to have the pedagogical function to educate the children about the gross wellness, morality, although the debate continues about the Confucian tradition and the social role. So the first version tries to construct the middle ground and moderate image of womanhood. But the second version was translated in 1930s when the avant-garde literature was the proletarian literature for working class by leftist writers who described the depressed condition of women and their independence. And the female protagonists were often portrayed as plain, capable, healthy, and heroic women without any feminine features. This finding also correlates with the radical iconoclasm revolution and individualism by the scholars in pursuit of social reform. And Torrey observes three of competing norms of the dated mainstream avant-garde access for translators to follow. Both translations adopt the avant-garde literature, and it confirms the didactic and business norm among the colliding norms, and also it mirrors translators' unquiet position and subversive practice for social innovation. To conclude, this research summarizes the reconstruction of Zhou from infantilization and femininity in 1920s and masculization in 1930s. It conducts the holistic research on the progression of Zhou from cognitive stylistics and apply the characterization cues into translation and prose narrative. However, it's limited in the implicit cues, so in the future it might be expanded to more factors such as social markers and idiolect. And also this is about the synchronic development of characterization. So in the future, I might have a diachronic characterization from the ancient time to the present. So that is all my presentation. So your suggestions and criticisms are warmly welcomed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing to light a lot of discourses. I mean, the two of you have been working on texts which have amazing complexities behind them. So I do have a couple of questions or, I don't know, comments on both. And I will take some time, since you've been so perfect in your timing, we have some time so we can have a conversation on this. I don't know whether there is, okay, there will be. Thank you. Thank you. I was really impressed, really. Let's start with Anna. Okay, may I call you Anna? Okay, right. I was working on I don't know whether I should call them the Arabian Nights or 1001 Night or whatever. But anyway, this is in itself an amazing example of cross-cultural, transnational translation and misunderstanding. The very original text is nothing. You know nothing about its original. The Persian, the Farsi versions connect or at times contradict the Arabic versions. So at the core, this is indeed a mathematic, impossible concoction whose authors, you already mentioned that there is no author, but actually there might even be women authors, because at the beginning, allegedly in the medieval times, it was a kind of a recording of women's stories, you know, spinning yards in a way, in very homely context. So the passage from that to what it came to be into the European Enlightenment culture is already in itself a huge, amazing gap. I mean, it's a leap, a quantum leap, I should say. So that's already interesting. And I was actually wondering which text CEO was actually translating, and that would be part of my interest and concern. I mean, what did she decide on as far as the original is concerned? If you have been working on that.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question and comments as well. So, because it is selected tales from the Arabian Nights, so there are two divisions in the volume I have presented to you. One division, it is stories translated from Arabic So it looks like that a number of stories, and that the Port and Three Ladies of Baghdad is one of these collection. And another selection, because the Europeans became aware of the existence of these nights through the first French translation, which was done at the end, closer to the end of the 18th century. And for Europeans, it is a kind of the original. So,
you mean the original European?
Yes, the original European.
Which somehow eliminates the original.
Exactly. And also when the French translator worked on his translation from Arabic.
Galant, it's his
Yes.
name,
Another set of the nights were introduced to his volume, and this set of tales was brought by, again, a Syrian translator who came to Paris. So 2 sets of stories in the volume I presented are there. Say original from the Arabic, and then a kind of contributing to the original, but much later, but similar to that, which were added at the end of the 18th century, so the volume which Europeans are familiar with.
So was she translating from the French? Or from
French.
the English translation,
No,
of the immediate translation?
The Syrian translator was aware of French, so when he traveled, it was a French version, because Gulaim was sitting with this Syrian translator and recorded something from his oral translation. Because now I'm trying to make links with the second presentation, because I have also questions for my co-panel presenter. Because in addition to teaching Russian, which this is what contributes to my salary at university,
well, not bad.
because it is in numbers, right? But I also have a number of specific courses which are not that largely popular, but only for specialists. And one of them is comparative literature, where I'm trying to make parallels between Russian literature, Indian literature, because I'm familiar with that a little bit, and then Chinese, because the majority of my students are from China. So what I'm trying to say, to ask you, what is the idea of creating a faithful translation
in
China and in India? Because this is absolutely an empty concept, because this faithful translation was introduced by these Europeans who decided to do the Bible translation. Before that, nobody created this empty concept. And how you're dealing with this faithful translation? And also, obviously, I'm not a scholar of Chinese. I'm trying to understand what's going on in Chinese language. But I managed to understand you have such a light grammar, where categories of nouns, then adjectives, adverbs, verbs are not present. How you manage to discuss these translations into Chinese using the categories which are not part of your language?
Wow, this is an amazing question. Take your time.
I beg your pardon, you want to say, how do I identify these part of speech, right?
Exactly.
Is there any concept in Chinese that somehow mirrors or can be used instead of faithful translation? Is that a concept that you think works and may work with Chinese, whichever Chinese you mean, of course?
Do you mean that faithfulness is a standard in Chinese translation at present?
We wonder. We're just asking.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. So actually, the concept of faithful, as we can see that this is not a I think although perhaps the linguistic term, maybe Eugene Nida proposed the functional equivalence, etc. But nowadays we have more and more new translation ideas. So we are using the descriptive translation studies. So what is we are trying to describe what is the translation it is. So we can also find that translation is also determined by the target culture. We can find that in the translation of Little Women in 1920s, even in a decade, the translation shifted a lot. So translation is actually determined by the target culture. Obviously, the translation cannot be very faithful. You just mentioned the Bible translation in China. Also, the Buddhism translation was also very faithful in the very beginning. But nowadays, it's more and more determined by the target culture. As actually I'm doing the translation, we can find that the later versions also shifted because of the cultural context. So in the very beginning, the translator functioned as the activism. So they will manipulate the translation in many aspects. As to the part of speech, I use the corpus, so I can identify these part of speech by the machine. So I do not count them one by one by myself. So that is, I don't know whether I have answered your question or not.
That is so probably it's quite a long conversation.
Yeah.
But immediately, what can I say? Okay, more specific. Please give me an example. What does it mean, a descriptive verb? Because yes, you showed on the slide, but I couldn't see it properly. Just an example of what is a descriptive verb.
That is the categorization by the very famous scholar and Cutlass. The taxation is about the speech verb, so we can see the neutral verb, that is say or that, and the paralinguistic means descriptive verb means perhaps murmur or grumble, that kind of verb, which will describe.
Yes. Chinese word?
Yes.
No, I can't make any comments on Chinese.
No, but she can tell us a lot about
Yeah.
Chinese. we would just completely trust her.
Yeah, because when I first saw this descriptive verb, I started to think, what can be descriptive in verbs? Because verbs are action words in English, right? What we need to describe a verb, we need to use
an adjective,
yes,
something.
Adverb. For example, what does it mean, adverb? He spoke loudly. And this is loudly, the description on the way how he spoke. And that's how we describe verbs. Sorry, I have never heard this descriptive verb category.
Yes, this category is mainly used for the description of speech verbs by Cutlass. And this categorization has been applied in the analysis for Dickens novels and Harry Potter. So it is related to personality. For instance, grumble might be related to male, and giggle might be related to female. That is this categorization used for literary stylistics, especially the character personalities.
But do you have verbs in Chinese?
Yeah. Yes, we have verbs. We have verbs such as grumble or murmur. This kind of, we have total equivalence in Chinese.
You're not happy with
but
it?
sometimes we will use adverb as well.
In terms of grammar.
Yes. As actually, we can have a further discussion about verbs because Talmy has a description about verb such as satellite verb and past verb, satellite verb, and the Chinese and English both belong to the satellite verb.
Satellite verb?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's something I do not quite understand.
What does it mean? A language which is based on satellite verbs.
It's like
nouns.
No,
I think they don't have nouns and
because
adjectives.
they have concepts.
I've been studying Chinese. They have concepts, but they also have nouns and verbs and just all those categories are there. So why do you have this idea that they don't? I wonder.
Because, as I said, I have not studied Chinese, but speaking with my students, because okay, I also teach Russian to Chinese students via English, which is crazy, right? But I am doing it 5 years extremely successfully, right? It's based on my students'
evaluation
forms, right? So what I'm trying to say, for them to introduce what is the verb, what is a noun, why they change, why nouns have cases, why verbs have tenses, it's extremely difficult, because I ask them, if you don't understand, please try to explain to me how will you say it in Chinese. And they try to explain it to me by saying that, look, there is one concept and we use it. For example, I eat, okay, an apple. I'm eating an apple now, right? This is English. But I ate an apple yesterday. They didn't change the idea of eating. They simply added yesterday. But this concept of eating stays as it is, right?
Well, there is a le suffix.
Yes.
Le.
Yes.
So there is a pattern there. Maybe students not being trustworthy in a way.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe there is a question or a comment from our staunch resisting.
No, sorry, but first of all, thank you for the presentations. As far as the second presentation, it was a little bit fast. You show a lot of slides.
Yes.
It was really fast, so to me it was a little bit difficult to follow your presentation. But maybe it would be interesting also to develop a more diachronic approach to your research, because just focusing on two versions of the novel translated into Chinese, maybe, let me say, it's a little bit reductive. So you utilize a lot of taxonomies, frameworks, theoretical frameworks, as far as translation is concerned. But I would suggest you to say to take into consideration of studying more version of the novel in Chinese. In the end, when you say that, it was interesting actually, because also Luis Confloto always talk about that. You say that in the end, the translation was influenced by the identity of translators and by their social, political, let us say, by their social environment and so on, by the historical period in which they translate the novel, which is really interesting. I would suggest you to make a little bit more lighter the theoretical framework and to work on more versions of the novel, which would be more, shareable also among scholars, more fruitful. This is just a comment.
Thank you. May I also add on this, since I also had a few things to say. It's interesting. I'm a literature person. So in my case, the framework was actually a bit daunting. I was impressed, of course, by the amount of work you've been doing with your machines helping, I suppose. But in a way, I would have started from the very last pages of your work, because that's what I think what we're trying to prove is that translators exist and are embodied. So the fact that they are embodied and they have different genders or orientations or whatever is essential. So I would have started, but maybe it's only a matter of method, since you eventually arrive to the very same issue. But the issue is so central that I would start by that, and then I would prove it. So I would go for your wonderful, very clear, precise research questions, research issues. Then you answer to those research questions. But maybe it's a trick. Maybe you wanted us to be surprised eventually. But actually, I would have really appreciated to be able to really look more into detail and also hear the Chinese and go more specifically on the actual Chinese words, not just the English
possible synonyms for that. It's not a critique, it's just really it's a comment, and I found it very interesting. And I also agree that, but you did say that this is a part of your research, so you are already or are intending to go on to the diachronic work and study,
Yes.
which I find extremely useful, extremely interesting, since it does focus on a text which was marginal in US culture, has now become canonical, more than canonical. So even the issue of the canon would be interesting, and which canons from foreign literatures, English, Anglophone literature, has actually entered China, and which China, of course, are we talking about? That would be another issue. Wouldn't it be useful to also remember what China was actually going through in those decades? So that would be absolutely brilliant. I mean, it's an amazing amount of work, and I'm sure you will produce a lot of very interesting research papers and possibly a monograph book. But it would be interesting to see the reasons for the choice of that very novel, if or not, whether or not it was included within a wider panorama of authors of American literature or British literature by women. That would be, I think, very central. And I would really be very eager to know more about what was actually being translated. And of course, you did explain that there were good reasons for infantilizing, moralizing, Baudelarizing, maybe we should use that term as well, transforming and readapting for a specific audience. And I think you mentioned it was meant, the original, the 1920s translation was meant for a kind of a Christian, young adult readership, whereas the Christian is dropped in the 1930s completely because it's a single individual translator who decides. Why does he? Is it a he or a she? I wonder.
He.
Thank you. That would be something I didn't know. So it's a he. Why did he choose that novel? What was the intended readership in that case as well? Who was the publisher? Where was this actually published? Because I think it would matter whether it was Beijing or Shanghai or who knows where. It must have been a metropolitan publisher, I guess. Was it?
A city very near to Shanghai.
Shanghai. So it must have been at the core of metropolitan culture. Maybe Shanghai was much more international, cosmopolitan than any other city in post-imperial China. So I would say, wow, you have a lot of work in front of you. Ahead of you, actually. So, good luck. Maybe you want to respond to our comments? I don't know.
Yeah, I think just now the listener, how to say, the reader, how to say that the man's commentary is very good. I'm doing the job, and also I wanted to have a comparison from the past to present. But I think that the first two versions had the greatest adaptation, so I focused on them. Perhaps I can adjust them. And also, Professor Palati, I'm sorry, whether I pronounce your name correct or not. And I like your comments very much. I think your perspective about the gender identity and the perspective of the location are also very important. I just wondered about your first point. You mean I should start from the last part? Can you clarify the point?
No, I don't mean to say that you should do anything. I was just saying that I from my background, I would have started exactly from where you concluded. That's interesting. I was just saying how interesting. I would have gone from the general to the specific of the text, but that's maybe my or I don't know, maybe it's maybe a matter of habit, since you were talking about habit as well. I would have chosen this way, but in a way, we were also somewhat waiting to have more information about the source texts, or actually, are they source texts? I wonder. So thank you for informing us. Eventually, we wanted to know more, but I think we could
we would be very happy to know even more than that. And of course, the diachronic perspective would be very useful again. And do you know whether there are, I think I saw that the latest translation you include in the list dates back to the 1970s. Am I right or wrong? The latest one in your list.
The most contemporary one.
Yeah. Do we
The
not
most
have any,
contemporary one
is there anything
is,
more recent in the 21st
yes,
century?
yes, the latest one perhaps in 2009, very close to the present.
Okay. And any connection with international publishers, that would also be interesting. The marketing of such translations would be, I think, in my view, very, very fascinating. I mean, what kind of image comes up? And again, of course, in contemporary Hollywood films, of course, you know that agency, masculinity, well, masculinity in Joe is not an issue. Joe is not masculine. I mean, she's very feminine, and you can hear, you can see the self-sacrificing woman. So that's the traditional version. I can see that more than the transgressive masculine tomboy. But that would be interesting, I think. So yeah, thank you so much for actually accepting our comments and invitations and sharing your work. And of course, thank you so much for also sharing your information about Chinese students in London. And what they do and they think they do. And maybe that would be so interesting. Okay, I think we can actually, unless you want to ask or add any comments, we can say we're happy with this session, and I was very happy to be here with you. I wish you good luck with all your research and all your teaching activities. And okay, see you hopefully soon and hopefully in person. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Cheers.
Yeah.
Goodbye. I leave it here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Professor
you. Yes.
Palati, is it possible for us for me to have your email so that if I can contact with you in the future?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you can if you just Google me. I'm at the University of Padova here in Italy. Just Google Marilena Parlati Padova, and I should be there. But anyway, it's easy. Marilena. Well, but it's easy for me because I speak Italian. So it's my name dot surname at unipd.it, which is the Italian university. But anyway, you Google me and you'll find me easier.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Goodbye. Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you for being here with us.
For being our audience. Look, it's lunchtime.
It's lunchtime and everyone was very late. Oh, there she's calling me. Eleonora, abbiamo finito? Sì. Ok, va benissimo. D'accordo, arrivo. Ciao. Va bene. Ciao, ciao.
Siamo sempre là.
Ma adesso è pranzo, lunchtime. Okay,
Yes.
It's lunchtime and it's free. So,
It's free.
yeah.
Where?
Everyone goes where they want.
Okay, fine. But I heard about dinner tonight.
Yeah, I don't know about dinner. I won't be there. So I'm sorry. I have
So
no
we'll ask
information about
somebody
that.
at,
There is
another
dinner.
session.
There is
Yeah.
dinner, but there is also another keynote, so everyone
Yeah,
will be there.
yes,
So I think
So-
they will tell you.
Yeah.
They will tell you. Okay. Thank you. Oh, my pleasure. There is actually a woman, a Lebanese writer. I did write it down because I can't remember. Al
Ciao, dall'aula C avete finito?
È finito, sì, sì, grazie.
Perfetto.
Grazie mille.
Grazie.
Hanan al-Sheikh, do you know about her?
a chair, but not chair, but I'm there academically speaking. And in Italy, I'm kind of let's say temporary settlement. And yes, so mainly I work on translation from Italian to Romanian, but also Romanian Italian, and I also write in English, because if you do translation, you would probably be ready if you write in English, not in Italian. I'm sorry to say that, but it's a reality.
Yeah. So, but you are Romanian?
I am Romanian.
Wonderful. Yeah. Okay.
Half Hungarian, and it's important to say that.
Yes,
my mother is
very,
Hungarian.
It's very important. I've been to Hungary for 10 days. I've just come back, so I know all the entanglements.
Yeah.
Complex and interesting.
Yeah, but in Romania, I have to say I'm Romanian because they do not accept being by origin.
Bicultural.
Yeah,
okay.
bicultural.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. Anyway, also something about the at least the title, Translated Literature Across Nations and Continents, which is why my colleague Eleonora Federici asked me to chair this session, because I'm a literary scholar, so I'm very interested in literary translations.
Yeah.
And the floor is yours.
Yeah, and
Shall we swap?
Yeah, if you would be so kind.
Absolutely. Yes.
Because I have a document with a lot of citations, but I won't read it.
So this is Julia. Rosa is you, and Joanna from Joanna Kojinica.
She's online.
She's online. Okay, thank you. Thank you. From Cardiff University. We have got an hour. I don't know how they've organized this. I mean, sessions before. I suggest, how long is your talk? How long have you?
Well, I would try to stay in 20 minutes, so please stop me if I...
No, because then there's no time for discussion at all.
Yeah.
That is the only problem.
Well, I'll try to do it in 15. It's hard.
It would be nice. It would be good because 15 will give us 5 minutes per paper, 5-minute discussion per paper.
Because it's important. The discussion is why we're here. No,
yes,
I mean
precisely. This is
so. Yeah, I'll try to do it in 15. Okay. I think I will be able to do it.
Thank you. Then we can start, I guess. Thank you.
So some of you have already heard. This is Anna Colombo. She's one of the most important translators from Romanian into Italian in a period when there weren't many translators, not men or women. And she published this memoirs. Hebrews have 6 fingers because it was something that was said to her when she was a child. So she actually lived a long life. And if you go to see on the Feltrinelli's presentation of her, they are saying she was such a scholar, and these memoirs are so interesting and talking about things that concern everybody. But she was not actually a scholar. She was really a translator. And, she's not portrayed as a translator. And the memoirs are kind of, they're trying to sell them as representing an era, as really opinionated politically, but there are actually a lot of things about her being a woman and her frustrated womanhood. So for the things that she says about her relationship with the womanhood start early in her life, and with the relationship with her mother. She's saying that her mother is a hysterical, histeria di mia madre. About languages, so she says that she knew French from an early age, doesn't really actually know how. She remembers having a tutor which was not suitable back then. And she speaks about how her being kind of introvert and rational helped her deal with her frustrated womanhood. You have the whole, it's a whole passage. It's really interesting. She's talking about the first time she had her period and how she was unprepared because she was 10 and she was, her sisters got it when they were older, so she didn't know anything about it, and her mother treated it as if it was kind of an illness. And this is something I can relate to. So she's saying that she had a really difficult relationship with, her sexuality. And this will be important later. You will understand why.
So frustrated, womanhood, sexually, she will marry a Jewish man. She was also Jewish, and she will live for a bit in Romania. And she will speak about how this is the third paragraph. She is speaking about how he stopped having sexual relations with her. So these are all things that are gathered around the book. And I will get to the part of Sorana Gurian. Actually, she was named Sara Garfinkel, her friend, her Romanian friend. She was from Basarabia, and she was also Jewish. She came to Romania when she was young, and she studied in abroad in France. It's important because Sorana Gurian will actually be the one who insists on being translated by her friend, and she speaks about her as a friend. So the first time she mentions her, she mentions about the struggles that Sorana had to get away from communist Romania, which Sorana Gurian was actually a socialist, but when communists take the power in Romania, there was a Russian type of communism, and it was not socialist at all. So she had problems, and she needed to get out of the country because she could have faced the accusations. And the first time she sees this is Sorana Gurian. The first time she met her, she's saying about how she was. So pet, I don't know in English.
Limping.
Yeah.
Limping.
She was limping, and she was, not a beautiful woman. But then she speaks about her. I mean, what's her friend? She insists on them being friends. And then she says how she was fascinated by her, but didn't want to imitate her. So it's a lot of, and then she speaks about how Romanians were more open, more freely about their sexuality. And it's really important to specify that this was high life Romanian women, not common Romanian women in the 30s. It's important because, she speaks about how Romanians were, so open sexually and talking about sex. And she was saying how Sorana was not beautiful. So she was limping, not beautiful. This is a portrait of her. And this is
limping as in a cripple.
Yeah, crippled. Yeah, she was crippled. And this is her. So, she might not have been gorgeous, but she was a beautiful woman. Yeah, I mean, all this, just remember that that Anna Colombo, it's remembering her past. So we know we tend to remember things in a certain way. All this to say what? Because we arrive at the point of the talk. This is a really important passage. I have to spend 1 minute for this. Sorana manages to get out of Romania and goes to see her friend, Anna Colombo. But she has a way of expressing herself that was not okay, because she was, naked. She was going naked inside her room. She was staying naked. So the problem is that everybody could see her in Genova, and that was not okay. So Anna Colombo says, I got some money and sent her to Paris, where everybody was more free, and she could, stay there. So actually, yeah, it's what she says. It's what she says here. E quando un pomeriggio la trovai girare nuda per la camera, dove la finestra era spalancata e da quella di fronte 2 facce di signore genovesi erano attaccate ai vetri, mi precipitai a chiudere le persiane. Ma poi invano cercai di convincere Sorana ad adattarsi all'ambiente. Perciò it's really important piece of work. Perciò compresi che non avevo scelta. Lei pagai il viaggio a Parigi, città più aperta alle innovazioni, di cui lei conosceva la lingua. Ebbi ragione e così via. Because in Paris she was Sorana Gurian had this salon, and she met Ionescu and I don't remember, but what I have it. So she was actually, she had a life, their cultural life. And the most important thing is that in the 50s, she receives Sorana's journal that was kept in French to be translated by Sansoni. And Sorana insisted that Anna Colombo would be the translator, although Giovanni Gentile's son was not really enthusiastic about it, because Anna Colombo was no name at all. She was unknown completely. She was teaching in a high school, was a high school teacher. And, so this is the book was published in French in 1950 in September, and in Italian in November 1950. So this is, the translation was made from French into Italian. It's a diary kept between 47 and 49, in which Sorana talks about the political pressure and how she wanted to escape from Romania. And this is the Italian, this is a picture of Sorana, per avere scelto il silenzio. And this was an important member of the Communist Party in Romania. And this is a really long citation, but it's how Anna Colombo justifies her intervention. She's saying Sorana was unconscious. She was really not thinking clearly. There was a lot of dates and names that could jeopardize our friends back there. She used, she gave details, and communists could have got to all these friends, and she just wanted to publish it like that. So I went to Gentile and told him that this is crazy and these people need to be protected. So Gentile wrote to Sorana, and Sorana did an unexpected thing. She says, she gave me power to modify. And how did it modify? And I have 5 more minutes. How would she modify it? Well, I started reading it. She say, what Anna Colombo says is, I modified dates, names, addresses, everything that would have been identified with a living person. Well, she's, it's not just that. There's a lot of things missing or modified or actually added. So, for example, in French, you have c'est stupide de divorcer pour rien, because Sorana Gurian has to divorce in order to marry an Italian man so that she could get out of the country. So in Italian, nothing about that. Le slogan pleuve, slogan, I don't know if in the 50s slogan was, but she says, ma piovano I ritornelli. And then this is really interesting, because this is a phrase about the Communist Party, and she adds something. She adds, sublime filantropia, ma siccome è disoccupato, allora, ma siccome è disoccupato, le sue parole sono dettate solo dall'invidia. So is this a friend of Sorana speaks about how the Communist Party, it's, it's giving you things that are already taught for you, like 1983, something like that. And she adds, Anna Colombo adds, well, but this engineer wasn't working. Why wasn't he working? Because intellectuals that were against the party were not permitted to work unless it was really, physical jobs. But this is something she adds. Then, il me regarde et baisse les yeux, il a raison. This is about a young man that Sorana meets that could be a possible husband, but he's saying, well, I have family, I have to think about it. And Anna Colombo adds, a ciascuno la propria vita sembra più importante di quella degli altri. It's not in French. Maybe they took it off, the French editor, but it's highly improbable. And then, je suis allée cœur battant. This is Sorana. She needs to meet this man. And she said, e ci sono andata sola. And things like that. So, other discussion between the men that Sorana Guriana had and how it is, changed in Italian. And the question is, and I will stop, what is this? Is this agency? It is agency, obviously. Why did she intervene? They were friends. She knew those persons. She knew the story. She felt like she could intervene. Yes. Is it right or is it wrong? It depends. On a moral-based judgment, it is completely wrong. But then the question is, because what I'm interested in is the public. Is this the operation, the manipulation she operated? How did it impact on the receiving public, which was in existence back then? Sorry to say, it has not an impact. So all the things that she added or she took away from this journal are not important if somebody reads it in order to understand history? So this is an interesting question because, it's clearly a different version, but the facts are there. And if somebody reads it for political reasons, it's, you don't actually, why would you retranslate it? So I was thinking about this thing and about how what we need to do is be critical about it and responsible and just, make people understand that your choices impact and that you have agency, yes, but up to a certain point. And the famous biases, you should try to get try to understand them. And it's more a question of ethics, but unfortunately, I don't think it's not a unique case. I think there are a lot of these cases. And I think what's important about this case that I found is that it could give us, it's kind of what they say in Italian, spia, a clue. And I think we should look for this kind of things when we analyze translation. And finished. Hope I
No,
didn't- I hope I didn't took too much of.
No. In fact, even you've got 2 more minutes. if
I've
you
got
want.
2 more minutes.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
I have questions.
I have questions. Yeah, okay, but
Better
better
questions. Then,
question.
of course, we will open discussion. But so, how much of this has been studied? Are you
Nothing.
nothing?
And about Sorana Gurian, I need to say something. So she wrote in Romanian a lot. I mean, some books. She was kind of in the 30s. Romanian literature was no field for women, not at all. Most of these women authors were, well, there's just one that's been studied properly, or the others not. She's been kind of rediscovered as a woman, a feminist writer, but after the 25. So after she's and her the diary and other things she published in French were translated in 2015. So pretty late. But there are some people working on Sorana Gurian as a woman writer with good quality stuff. She had a really interesting piece, autobiographical piece about her experience. What I didn't say is that she died at an early age, 42, but she was, I don't have an image, she was irrecognizable because she had a pulmonary disease, pulmonite ossea. So she was like transformed. Her body was completely transformed. You wouldn't recognize her. I had a picture, but I don't know where it ended. You wouldn't recognize her. Her face, everything was. She died at 42. But she wrote about her experience being, close to death in French. So that particular work was translated in Romanian late, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and about this the diary and all this story. Nobody wrote about it because nobody knows about Anna Colombo, if not some Romanist, which people that study Romanian studies, but not that interested in that. I came across it because I was interested in knowing her as a translator, and I did what I always do. Okay, she has memoirs, let's see them. And while reading them, I was like, oh my god. So oh my god, what do we have here? So yeah, but you have to then when you do translation history or any kind of history, you have to know what you see.
Yeah.
And that's the most important thing. I'm working with this for a long time now, so I see things because I recognize them. But you could have a piece of this kind of thing, information in your hand, and know the context, and know you could just pass by it, right by it. But yeah,
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
I wanted to ask, like, the languages in which it's published. So it's just like French, Italian.
You mean the journal or the memoirs?
All of all of her work.
The journal is in French.
Okay.
I don't know if it was translated in English. Also because she was, I mean, the only reason that somebody would translate in English Sorana Gurian's diary would be if they were interested in the Jewishness. So that, but she's kind of unknown, and not even, I mean, I was saying this earlier, the French version of her journal, you can't find it in an Italian library. You find it in French, in France, 2 libraries, Germany and Israel. Luckily, I found one in Romania. Actually, a friend of mine found it and sent it to me. It was a donation. It was a donation. It was published in Paris, the journal. So, it didn't circulate in the 50s. Who was interested back then, these kind of things? And she was a woman, and, Romanian culture is not woman interested, oriented, or whatever. And Anna Colombo published her memoirs now a few years ago. So,
and the context in which it was published in Italian was just because, like, she wanted to translate it as a friend, or
no, the context is that Anna Colombo is this Jewish woman that has lived a lot, that has known many regimes because she knew the racial laws in the fascism and anti-Semitism in Italy. She spent a lot of time in Romania, some years, then came back. She spent her last year in Israel. She was a Zionist, so it's kind of presented as an experience, l'epoca, just get the feeling of things that we are all interested in. Translation, no, and she doesn't speak that much about translation. So this Anna Colombo, it's interesting. She speaks not about this case in particular, because this case, it's clearly she hates it. She said that I've done the translation, I got the money, that was it. That's the end of it. But about her being a translator, she doesn't speak that much about it, but she speaks a lot about her frustrated womanhood and how she's aware of that, but can change it, and her husband, and lots of, political things. It's really interesting. If you want to understand an intellectual woman of the 30s and 40s, you should read it.
I know, I was thinking about this because of the publisher, like the interest of the publisher in publishing this kind of translation.
Yeah. And that's the point. I mean, who would do that?
Would do that.
In the 50s, Sorana Gurian was publishing on Le Figaro articles. She was in France. She was, well, not to say known, but she was this exotic figure from Romania who wrote about communism not being that okay, because she was a socialist. And the manuscript was sent to Sansoni Editore. It was sent. That's what Anna Colombo says. But I have no way of knowing what actually happened. So it was kind of imposed to them. And Sorana Gurian wanted Anna Colombo to be the translator. She didn't accept anything less than her because they were friends. And then this, I have to say, Sorana Gurian, Anna Colombo says at the end of this paragraph, well, but when I got to Paris and meet Sorana, she was feeling betrayed. She treated me with, coldness, but why? I didn't betray her. I did her a favor. I was doing it for the people back home in Romania. I didn't want them to get, killed. I didn't betray her expectations. So it's her way of remembering things.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
And the Gentile you quoted, like, what's the name? Like the name? It's not Giovanni Gentile, right?
No, it's his son, but I didn't check on it. She does. Anna Colombo doesn't.
Because this is also politically charged.
Obviously, it was Gentile's son. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It was Gentile's son. She doesn't mention her name. I didn't check on the internet. It was his son. Yeah. So
it's very interesting.
It's really politicalized. But I had so little time, and trying to get a picture of Romania, France, Italy. But it's an interesting thing.
Thank you, Julia, so much. Thank you. I think this is yours. Julia, that is yours. Your paper? You may want it back. Yes, please. You're Rosa Schioppa, right?
Sì.
Allora.
Io non ho una presentazione da proiettare.
But maybe you can say something about yourself in whichever language you choose.
In Italian, please, not in English.
It's okay.
Allora, io ho concluso da poco il dottorato di ricerca all'orientale in studi letterari, linguistici e comparati. Ho lavorato su un autore spagnolo degli anni 30, in particolare mi sono occupata di un'edizione critica di 2 redazioni della stessa opera, e adesso ho cominciato da pochissimo un assegno di ricerca cambiando leggermente il focus appunto di investigazione, perché non mi occuperò più di letteratura ma più di lingua e traduzione. Quindi quella che vi presento oggi è proprio una ricerca agli stadi super iniziali, quindi mi perdonerete le mancanze metodologiche eventualmente. Bueno, como decía, mi contribución va a ser en español y voy a proponer una serie de reflexiones preliminares que pretenden identificar las estrategias y las motivaciones de la traducción al italiano de la novela Tirums, Mujeres Obreras, de Luisa Carnés. Se trata, como decía, de consideraciones infieri que habrá que profundizar. De hecho, había previsto una entrevista con el traductor italiano, pero que no he podido programar a tiempo para la comunicación y espero que se pueda llevar a cabo muy pronto. El caso que nos ocupa es especialmente interesante porque nos permite formular ideas que se enlazan con un doble hilo discursivo, o sea, el del papel que juega la literatura al intervenir en el imaginario social, y el de la función de la traducción al transportar temas y reivindicaciones en un nuevo contexto de recepción. La novela Tirums, Mujeres Obreras, fue publicada en 1934 en Madrid y es la tercera novela de la escritora Luisa Carnés, que nació en Madrid en 1905 y murió en exilio en Ciudad de México en 1964. Ella había llegado a México en el 39 tras el final de la Guerra Civil. Y ella nació en el seno de una familia humilde. De hecho, su padre trabajaba como barbero mientras que su madre era costurera, y la vida de la familia siempre se caracterizó por una fuerte situación de privación económica, condición que determinó la prematura entrada de la joven Luisa en el mundo laboral. De hecho, ella consiguió ir a la escuela hasta los 11 años, cuando empezó, por razones de subsistencia, a trabajar como obrera en una fábrica de sombreros. Las condiciones de vida muy precarias y las penurias económicas que vivió la joven Luisa en aquella época alimentaron sus dos primeras experiencias literarias, ya que en 1928 y 1930 publicó las obras Peregrinos de Calvario, que es una colección de novelas cortas, y Natacha. Su pasión para la literatura, aunque tenía orígenes mucho más antiguos, consiguió encontrar una articulación más orgánica justamente en esos años, gracias a la CIAP, que era la Compañía Iberoamericana de Publicaciones, que se implicó en la publicación de la novela de 1930, ayudando también a difundir la obra de la autora gracias a algunas entrevistas publicadas en la misma época. De hecho, como señala Antonio Plaza, los responsables del grupo editorial creyeron estar ante una de las voces contemporáneas más prometedoras. Sin embargo, en 1931 la CIAP se vio bastante afectada por la crisis económica y tuvo que cerrar. Este acontecimiento hizo que el nombre de Luisa desapareciera de los circuitos literarios y editoriales de la época. Entonces, mientras que esperaba que la situación económica mejorara, Luisa escribió principalmente artículos de periodismo literario, trasladándose temporalmente a Algeciras, a la casa de familia de su pareja. Pero las condiciones de trabajo, claro, le resultaron mucho más difíciles en la ciudad andaluza, lo que hizo que estas condiciones la impulsaron a regresar a Madrid, donde finalmente encontró empleo como camarera en un salón de té. Esta experiencia será tematizada en la novela Tirums, Mujeres Obreras, publicada originalmente con el subtítulo de novela reportaje. Entonces estamos hablando de una novela de reportaje, de testimonio, que la autora escribe entre el 32 y el 33 y que finalmente publica en el 34 con la editorial Juan Puello. La ficción producida por Carnés, es que he trabajado sobre un autor que se llama Harnés y entonces me voy a confundir un poco. Dice, la ficción producida por Carnés se sitúa cerca de un importante cruce estético y político. De hecho, entre los intelectuales de esa década, el debate sobre el valor ético del arte había sido bastante animado. A partir de 1930, coincidiendo con el declive de la dictadura de Primo de Rivera, se había iniciado una fase de consolidación de un determinado tipo de publicaciones, y cito, una auténtica explosión de novelas revolucionarias, ya vencida la influencia que en la órbita orteliana de los Nova Novorum dejaba sentir la novela deshumanizada. Cierro cita. En la sociedad española, los importantes cambios políticos comenzaban a mostrar, de hecho, los primeros signos de una polarización radical que marcaría tristemente la historia de los años siguientes. Una polarización que también se podía observar en el mundo editorial y entre los intelectuales. Algunos subrayaban la necesidad de superar las formas herméticas de la vanguardia, ¿no? Mucho estetizante, y que produciendo más bien un arte accesible a todos. Para estos autores era necesario conectar la experiencia estética de la vanguardia con las nuevas urgencias de posicionamiento en el ámbito político y social, proponiendo una literatura de avanzada que contribuyera a volver a situar al hombre en el centro de la experiencia artística, social y cultural. Y es precisamente en el seno de esta nueva urgencia donde se sitúa la obra de Luisa Carnés. Las nuevas instancias estéticos narrativas habían encontrado sustento en los acontecimientos históricos sociales de la época y en particular, por un lado, se entrelazaban con los profundos cambios políticos, sobre todo, por ejemplo, la Revolución Soviética y las promesas del socialismo, y por el otro, las fragilidades del capitalismo habían quedado al descubierto tras la crisis del 29, que había contribuido a la reflexión colectiva sobre los límites del progreso tecnológico y del capitalismo financiero. A pesar de esta urgencia, la obra de Carnés sufrió una radical marginación que la obligó a un prolongado ostracismo literario, para el que se han explorado una serie de razones más bien débiles, como el exilio político, por ejemplo, al que se vio obligada. Pero claramente, además de estas razones, hay que referirse necesariamente al posicionamiento bastante marginal de las autoras en el canon literario nacional, que ocupan, y cito, la letra pequeña de la historia de la novela contemporánea. Y la novela de Carnés, de la que os hablo, propone varios niveles de lectura. Si bien es cierto que se presta mucha atención a la cuestión de clase, por otro lado, esta dimensión está ligada en sus obras claramente a la cuestión de género y en particular a las condiciones de trabajo precarias de las mujeres. Al documentar las condiciones de las trabajadoras en los años 30, Carnés trata de contribuir al debate de la época en torno a la cuestión femenina, que buscaba una emancipación multidimensional de la mujer, ciertamente social y sexual, pero que apuntaba sobre todo a su integración profesional, permitiéndole la emancipación económica. Carnés combina dos diferentes ejes de opresión en su novela, ofreciéndonos una mirada al mundo del trabajo desde una perspectiva profundamente diferente. Aunque la narrativa obrera estaba bastante difundida en la época, en el marco de la literatura de compromiso social se privilegiaban, sin embargo, narraciones masculinas. De hecho, mientras que, por ejemplo, los relatos que describían las condiciones de trabajo de los mineros o de los trabajadores de fábrica se habían difundido bastante, se prestaba muy poca atención a las condiciones de trabajo de las mujeres, que muy a menudo estaban relacionadas con la dimensión doméstica o con el trabajo en la industria de la restauración. Esta marginalidad narrativa estaba también relacionada con la falta de sindicalización en contextos laborales como aquellos descritos por Carnés, y la novela, que retrata bien el clima de conflictividad e insurgencia en los años inmediatamente anteriores al estallido de la Guerra Civil, enfatiza y denuncia la posibilidad de una acción colectiva impulsada por las mujeres en contextos laborales que están dominados básicamente por normas masculinas, es decir. Y en este contexto de reivindicaciones sociales, Carnés desarrolla su novela en un salón de té del Madrid de los años 30. El enfoque es interno y la obra es narrada por Matilde, que empieza a trabajar como camarera. Entonces aquí, en el salón de té. Entonces aquí hay una correspondencia, ¿no?, entre la experiencia de vida de la autora y la protagonista de la novela. Y empieza a trabajar ahí básicamente por razones de subsistencia. El escenario narrativo principal, que es el restaurante, es recorrido por varios personajes que se dividen en dos bandos opuestos, los opresores y los subalternos. El primer grupo está formado por dos personajes. El primero es el dueño del restaurante, que es don Fermín. En la novela se le llama el ogro, y que somete a las trabajadoras a constantes ejercicios de disciplina, dictando modos precisos de actuación y impidiéndoles, por ejemplo, participar en la huelga sindical. Teresa, por otro lado, es una mujer claramente y es la encargada de las empleadas, o sea, la jefa de las empleadas. Y recogiendo el poder que emana de don Fermín, se convierte en la principal responsable de implementar esa dinámica de opresión, destacando varias veces el lugar subordinado que ocupan las trabajadoras. Es interesante observar cómo la autora se detiene en la descripción física de los personajes pertenecientes a esta agrupación, el de los opresores. Y esta circunstancia adquiere una relevancia central en comparación con las descripciones físicas que se hacen en cambio de las camareras, que en el texto se describen muy a menudo de forma modular, es decir, deteniéndose solo en ciertas partes del cuerpo, en ciertas prendas, como para subrayar una progresiva asimilación de esa porción de humanidad con el entorno en el que trabajan y con los objetos presentes en el restaurante. Y aunque los cuerpos de las camareras pierden progresivamente sus márgenes y su singularidad, Carnés nos proporciona una descripción profunda de su humanidad y de su posicionamiento marginal dentro de los lugares narrativos, que son dos, el microcosmos del restaurante y el macrocosmos de la ciudad, ¿no? El macrocosmo urbano, contribuyendo a través del desarrollo de la trama a despertar un claro sentimiento de empatía por la condición de opresión que viven las empleadas. A través de la polifonía, o sea, cito, un fenómeno de multivocidad, la expresión de una serie de enunciadores y de diferentes niveles de locutores en un mismo enunciado, cierro cita, Carnés proporciona a los lectores las herramientas para comprender e intentar transformar una realidad injusta. Es justamente en la pluralidad de voces que la autora busca un contraste entre el cuerpo individual, el de los opresores, y el cuerpo político, el cuerpo de las empleadas, con la esperanza de que la voz de ese cuerpo político pueda obtener un espacio para sus reivindicaciones en la sociedad. Además, el abandono del monodialogismo en favor de la narración polifónica tiene como objetivo la participación activa del lector en el proceso hermenéutico. La vocación a la acción, y ahora voy a cuestiones más bien traductológicas, la vocazione all'azione...
Però hai solo 3 minuti.
Ho solo io mi ero programmato sui 20.
Ok, però dopo non hai dibattito e la scelta è tua.
No,
Nel senso...
no ho ancora parecchie cose da dire. Entonces, la vocación a la acción de Luisa Carnés es recogida en 2021 por Alberto Prunetti, que es el traductor italiano de la obra, y las motivaciones que impulsaron a Prunetti a traducir y publicar la obra en Italia pueden considerarse, aunque muchos años después, simétricas a las razones que impulsaron a la autora a escribir la novela, es decir, a narrar y difundir la historia de una doble opresión. De hecho, a pesar de la distancia temporal, la experiencia vital de Carnés parece entrelazarse con la historia personal de Prunetti, que es un traductor, escritor y activista italiano que dirige la colección Working Class para Edizioni Allegre y que por razones materiales ha tenido que compaginar su vocación literaria con el trabajo en la restauración. Las palabras de Prunetti en relación con su experiencia como trabajador en un restaurante y como hijo de obrero nos conectan con conflictos que son antiguos pero que todavía atraviesan la sociedad hoy en día. Y pienso, por ejemplo, en los debates que hoy en día se hacen en Italia, por ejemplo, acerca del reddito di cittadinanza y acerca de la desigualdad laboral entre hombres y mujeres, por ejemplo. Y estos conflictos tras la crisis financiera de 2008 y con la nueva ola de movimientos feministas son temas que necesariamente deben volver al centro de la agenda política. Y entonces, en este contexto, según Prunetti, la literatura juega un papel fundamental. De ahí que el objetivo de la colección Working Class, y cito de una entrevista hecha al activista, sea contar historias desde abajo, historias de obreros, historias de trabajadores y trabajadoras que alimenten el conflicto, o sea, que tiene un claro objetivo político. La traducción que tomo en consideración es publicada en Italia con el título de Tirum operaie della ristorazione y pretende precisamente sacar a la luz y alimentar un conflicto, planteando una serie de cuestiones que quieren desenmascarar las narrativas dominantes para dar adecuada visibilidad a los recovecos más olvidados de un sistema laboral aún fuertemente impregnado de injusticias. Entonces, esta traducción dentro del polisistema literario italiano tiene un posicionamiento político preciso que se ve reforzado también por los otros textos publicados en la misma colección, en un intento de dar adecuada visibilidad a la literatura producida por trabajadoras y trabajadores, partiendo claramente de un supuesto fundamental que la literatura es una cuestión de clase y que es necesario eludir los mecanismos de la gran industria editorial. Entonces, ahora pasaré rápidamente a analizar a daros algunos ejemplos extraídos de la traducción, pero son muy pocos ejemplos, y Lo que sí quiero decir es que Brunetti es un hombre, claramente, pero es un activista y tiene clara conciencia de los conflictos que atraviesan la sociedad. Entonces, esto hay que decirlo. En la mayoría de los casos, él opta por la literalidad, tratando de restituir las palabras de Carnés en su matiz original. Sin embargo, cuando no opta por una traducción literal, surge una cierta propensión a las opciones de traducción que, sin dejar nunca de lado la cuestión de género, tienden un poco a enfatizar más la cuestión de la lucha de clases. Es el caso, por ejemplo, de la traducción del título. Vamos a analizar un poquito esto, que Brunetti podría haber traducido literalmente Tirums donne operaie, pero eligió traducirlo como Tirums operaie della ristorazione, explicitando el sentido encerrado en la primera parte del título, que se refiere directamente al lugar de trabajo. Y es probable que Brunetti haya querido subrayar cómo el trabajo en la industria de la restauración y las luchas relacionadas con él deben enmarcarse necesariamente en el mismo marco de las reivindicaciones de los obreros. Otro hecho a destacar es que el traductor italiano optó por traducir el título tal y como aparece en la reedición de 2016 de Hoja de Lata, es decir, omitiendo el subtítulo novela-reportaje. Otro caso que procede en esta misma dirección es la traducción de la referencia metonímica al cuerpo de la trabajadora en el salón de té. Por ejemplo, al principio de la novela, Matilde entra en el café y al observar una camarera dice que le invade una súbita ternura por la bata negra, que va y viene entre la mesita estrecha. Brunetti opta por no traducir literalmente bata con grembiule, que es el equivalente italiano, optando por divisa, elección que una vez más tiende a recordar la dimensión de la fábrica y de los uniformes de los trabajadores, que son todo iguales, ¿no? El lenguaje utilizado por la trabajadora también difiere en algunos aspectos del lenguaje utilizado por Teresa, ¿no?, la encargada. Mientras que las trabajadoras utilizan mayoritariamente el femenino universal, Teresa siempre utiliza el masculino. Brunetti respeta esta alternancia de género en la mayoría de los casos, pero a veces cuando Matilde u otras utilizan el pronombre nosotras en español, Brunetti se inclina por la traducción noi. Y cito un fragmento del texto. Dice Matilde, por ejemplo, nosotras aquí nos pasamos la vida gruñendo por la miseria que ganamos. Y Brunetti traduce, per esempio, noi qui, dice Matilde, passiamo la vita a lamentarci per la miseria que guadagnamos. Entonces, con el fin de unir las luchas que la propia Matilde también auspicia en ese mismo capítulo del que se extrae esta cita, Brunetti podría haber optado por utilizar el pronombre de refuerzo noi altre, aunque raramente utilizado en italiano. Son, sin embargo, matices que no afectan al sentido profundo del texto, que precisamente expresa el deseo de hacer visibles todas las contradicciones dentro del mundo del trabajo femenino y la conciencia de ser mujeres en un mundo dominado por normas masculinas. La intención de la traducción es, por tanto, devolver al lector italiano una reflexión unificada sobre la condición del trabajo, renunciando a ciertas opciones que habrían sido inusuales para el lector italiano. Pero claramente son elecciones que todo traductor se ve obligado a hacer, y voy a saltar esta cita de María Timochko, que a lo mejor varias de vosotras conoceréis, y es probable que Brunetti haya elegido una determinada línea de traducción para permitir que las reivindicaciones ligadas a este doble hilo de opresión emerjan más a partir de la conservación de otros elementos, por ejemplo, de la polifonía, que intenta estimular cierto sentido crítico en el receptor que participa, como decíamos, en el proceso hermenéutico, y es precisamente este aspecto de la recepción el que adquiere un papel fundamental en relación a este texto y a la traducción. Y me va a perdonar la profesora, pero tengo que leer esta cita porque me parece muy interesante. Dice Lucía Ellín, el texto destaca por su función social porque traslada un reflejo de la sociedad española, posicionándose al lado de los explotados y las oprimidas, buscando la solidaridad de los lectores, pero también intentando provocar un cambio radical, transformando la recepción en agencia, en construcción de una alternativa socialista emancipadora. Se puede decir, y ya voy concluyendo, que no solo esta traducción de Brunetti, sino que todo su trabajo de investigación y compromiso militante dentro de la colección Working Class puede considerarse como una intención de cambiar dirección y de construir y de buscar nuevos caminos, en la que el papel activo en la traducción y la decisión de hacer circular determinados textos en concreto, y situándose además en una situación de marginalidad y pequeñas realidades editoriales, subraya la importancia y absoluta relevancia de estas narrativas. Muchas gracias. Perdón, es que ero rimasta su 20 minuti.
No, mi dispiace che non ci sia tempo per la discussione solo quello. Magari dopo, durante la pausa.
Va bene, grazie.
I think there's the next speaker is from home. Am I right? From Cardiff University.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. Hi. Hey, everyone.
Hi. If you're ready to go, we are.
I am ready. Yes. May I share my screen, please?
Absolutely, yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, just let me know if you can see my presentation.
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my name is Joanna. I work at Cardiff University in the School of Modern Languages and Translation. And I'm actually not a translator myself. I study translation. I have done also many different things in my life, and I'm now on my fourth, I think, postdoc. And you can see the title of my postdoctoral project on the screen. And what I like to do, because it's quite a long title and there's a lot in it, I like to deconstruct it and kind of divide it into themes and talk about all these themes. But I know that I only have 15 minutes and I do look forward to your questions. So I will just run really quickly through the first themes so that we arrive at the actual practices that I want to talk to you about. So the project is very, very briefly about gender transition narratives on Polish YouTube. So I'm looking at videos in which trans people talk about their gender transition journeys. And I have noticed that they use a lot of terms from English, obviously, but also from other languages. So that's what I want to focus on in this project. Just very briefly, I look at gender and sexuality as kind of phenomena that have changed. They're basically social constructs that are different across cultures, across time. So that's very important to keep in mind. And discourses are particular ways of talking about those phenomena. And discourses are based on ideology. So this is also very important to me, that discourses always express this kind of ideological basis. So they will obviously be very kind of judgmental and evaluative whenever we use those discourses. And the thing about, so what I'm really interested in is kind of how there are some discourses that are more powerful than others or more mobile than others. So obviously when we think about gender transition, when we think about transgender discourses, we feel that there is this kind of domination of Anglo-American discourses. And this probably originated with the so-called medicalized discourses of transsexuality, when in the 50s and the 60s, US clinics focused very much on treating transsexuality. So they treated it as a kind of disorder that needs to be treated. And this was textualized in various diagnostic manuals and various medical texts that were then kind of transplanted or translated as well into other local contexts, including Poland. So what we have in Poland right now, okay, I think I can skip this, is that we have those medicalized discourses of transsexuality that are kind of old and do not really reflect the reality of the actual experience anymore, competing with more modern discourses that also come from Anglo-American culture. And we also have the local Polish discourses kind of competing, but also coexisting with all these historical and modern Anglo-American discourses, if that makes any sense. Additionally, the difficulty with the Polish context is that Poland is quite an unfriendly place to be part of the LGBTQ+ community right now. And especially if you're trans, if you're undergoing transition, the lack of gender recognition law and standards of trans-specific medical care make it even more difficult. So basically, there are no standards that every doctor and every judge abides by, and this is very much a case-by-case situation where you kind of have to accept what the doctor tells you and accept what the judge tells you, even if it does not really reflect what you want to do in this transition. And what I want to show with focusing focusing on these multilingual practices or on these translation practices is that just considering this a case of imposition of Western or these Anglo-American medical discourses would be an oversimplification, because what we have in Central and Eastern Europe, this is something that Kulpa and Michelinska wrote in 2011, is that we have this kind of knotted temporality, because in the West, people had more time to kind of talk about these things and develop these discourses, and they all came into Central and Eastern Europe after the fall of the Iron Curtain kind of at once, right? So rather than developing kind of organically, they all came at once. So we have this kind of old-fashioned discourse of transsexuality pretty much coming into the space together with discourses on queer and transgender and so on. So all these coexist, compete with each other, and also with the Polish discourses. So let's have a look at what I'm actually looking at in this project. I need to emphasize that as a scholar, it is important to me that I do not oversimplify the situation that the phenomena that I'm looking at. And these are quite chaotic phenomena. This is quite a chaotic situation because we are looking at YouTube videos, right? There's a lot going on. There's text, there's voice, there's body language, all these modalities, and all these very, very creative, often innovative ways of using language and using body language and using all these technologies that are available. So what I try to do is I try not to force the scales into the neat academic categories. This is difficult to avoid, and of course I will show you some categories, because otherwise it would be very difficult to talk about it. But one of the goals of this project is also to look for creative ways how to kind of show this chaos, do justice to the actual practices without kind of forcing the things that we are looking at into artificial, created by scholars kind of categories. So that said, I am showing you the categories, so I have come up with kind of three overarching categories. The first one is translanguaging, and what I mean by that is a practice where words, clauses, expressions from other languages, we will focus on English here in this case, are used in the Polish narrative. And here you can see a kind of continuum where I try to order the chaos. I try to order these practices and these words and expressions from English on a continuum depending on the level of integration into the Polish grammatical system. So on the left-hand side, you have two columns, two groups where these words seem to be quite well integrated into the Polish grammatical system. So we can see that they have Polish suffixes, which means that they can also gain, case endings and so on. And they are also adjusted to the Polish spelling. So for example, if you have a look at the second column, maybe you recognize some of these words, maybe not. So the first one is fame, as in being famous, right? And the second one is the plural for like. So how many likes do you have, right? That's relevant to YouTube. Q&A, right? So the question and answer session, or adjust, as in to adjust to something. And you can also see that this this integration into the spelling system is also not the same for all these words. So for example, glitch has retained its original spelling, because in Polish it would look different. It only has the plural ending e. And when we look at the first column, this is very interesting, because here we also have different kind of levels of integration into the Polish spelling. For example, cringe'ować, right, would be spelled differently. It would be spelled with K rather than C. And then on the right-hand side, we have expressions, we have kind of phrases and expressions that have been taken over as they are, right? So when the YouTubers, when trans YouTubers talk about their experiences and they use these expressions, they actually change their pronunciation to kind of pronounce these expressions in the English way as well as they can. And you can see that also in terms of the meaning, or in terms of what they are trying to express with these, they are very much kind of part of the modern culture, right? Pop culture. So for example, shame on you, born this way, are kind of expressions that come from pop culture. And from all these kind of discussions about gender, but also, the modern technology terminology, right? So for example, disclaimer, feedback, spoiler alert. Okay, the second group I called transferring meaning. And here I grouped phrases and expressions that could be called calques. So again, they have kind of different level of maybe not this time integration, but they can be grouped according to certain criteria that you will hopefully see once I'm finished explaining them. So in the first column with the cute dog, we have two word phrases where one part has been translated from English into Polish using the Polish, so the normal term for that word, and the other word was actually taken, so long borrowed, right, from English. So, for example, if we take the second phrase, psi groomer, psi is the Polish translation for dog, and then groomer was actually borrowed from English to make the Polish equivalent of dog groomer, right? Which is kind of a new thing, and we don't really know how to call that in Polish, so we just use the word groomer. In the second column, here we have these sort of calques where an existing Polish word gains a new meaning according to the new meaning that this word also gains in English. So the prototypical example is the computer mouse, right? In English, people started using the word for the animal mouse and to refer to this to the hardware, and in many other languages this has also happened, right? So we have, for example, die Maus in German, which is the name for the animal and for the hardware. So here in the first example, the verb as such means to suck. And as we know, we can also use this word in English to express our annoyment, right, that something is not working. So if we want to say, oh, my computer is really not working, it's terrible, it's acting up, we can say this computer sucks, right? And the second meaning of the verb to suck has also been taken over into Polish. And the third column shows you some examples of what I would call calques proper. So we have, again, two word phrases, and they have been translated into Polish kind of word for word, right? So for example, shitstorm, you take shit, you translate that into Polish, you take storm, you translate that into Polish, and you come up with gówno burza. I would suggest that some older expressions such as grupa wsparcia, which is support group, or even środowisko trans, so trans community, are also calques. And the last column has, this is my favorite category, because these are expressions that, again, have been translated word for word from English into Polish. But these are expressions that that have equivalents in Polish that function and are perfectly fine. And so in Polish, you wouldn't say go places, meet people, do things. You would say go somewhere, meet someone, do something, right? You wouldn't say to nie jest droga, like in the first example, this is not the way. So literal translation from English, you would rather say that's something like that's not how we do it, or that's not, yeah, you would use a different expression. Nie tędy droga maybe. So there is a functioning idiom for that, but this particular creator decided to take the English one and translate it word for word, creating basically new idioms. And the third category here, I just want to very briefly show you some of this creativity that I have been that I keep talking about. So now we are focusing on the terms that are actually associated with the gender transition. So far, we've been talking about kind of more general terms. So when we think about the prefix trans, in English, there's really kind of a limited number of things that you can do with that. But if you look at this list, and the list on the left, these are all actually ways to refer to a trans person. And they are very funny. If you know Polish, you would know that some of them are really creative, some of them are really funny. So they are things like, you know, trans bros and trans brothers and trans kids and trans people, and some that cannot be translated back into English. They are very entertaining. And this kind of the richness of ways of referring to this community is really impressive. And this is something that is actually done quite consciously. So on this meme that I have included here actually comes from one of the creators who has taken a list of different words that can start with this trans prefix and created kind of jocular definitions for these terms. So they are definitely aware of the fact that they have all these linguistic resources at their disposal, and they can do creative, innovative ways to simply, express their creativity when talking about these experiences. When it comes to gender, you can also see here the variety of different spellings that kind of coexist and compete, as I mentioned. So you have kind of the English spelling, you also have the Polish spelling. You can see that there are verbs, so genderować, right? Again, this to gender basically, or to misgender. So again, this ować suffix for verbs that I mentioned before. We see here that they can have Polish prefixes, z, genderować, right? They can also form longer phrases. So again, quite a lot of creativity and quite a lot of different options how to use these words in your narrative. For coming out, the same. So we can have here verbs, we can have nouns, we can have adjectives, right?
Joanna, sorry, you need to wrap up very quickly.
Yeah, I'm coming to an end.
Thank you.
And so just to emphasize this creativity, one of my favorite examples, człowiek patelnia, which is a frying pan person. So obviously this is a way to refer to a pansexual person playing with this kind of double meaning of the prefix pan. And I also like the fact that you can also create a verb from the trans prefix. So the word transować is actually a prefix and a suffix. In English, we cannot really say to trans as a verb, right? But in Polish, we can, which again illustrates this jocularity and creativity the richness of these resources. That's actually really all that I wanted to say. So let me just finish this presentation with something that I have to do, which is to give credit to my funder. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. We've got a few more minutes for questions, both for Rosa and Joanna. From the audience, any questions, comments? Yes, good, Julia, please. Come here, yes.
I'll come here, or otherwise you won't hear me. So, Joanna, it's you were mentioning it's not kind of a common something maybe could be useful to you. You've mentioned that after during Eastern Europe, everything came rushing in after 1989. Well, actually, in Romania, they weren't speaking about it at all. And one of the arguments of the people that don't accept other people, and there are a lot of them in Romania, was saying, well, this doesn't exist. This is sexo-Marxist propaganda. So they were saying it was not sexo-Marxismo. And there are intellectual, highly, I know, they are against sexual education in schools, and they say this is the same in Italy. So they were saying none of this happened before 1989, and of course in Romania most of language is English, because thank God, I mean, people actually understand what's happening to them thanks to all these things. So it was just, did this happen in your country? Do they say, well, nothing happened before and this is all foreign propaganda? It was just a question.
Yes, of course, definitely. Yeah, there are a lot of people who claim, this never existed before we joined the European Union, or it was also an argument against Poland joining the EU, because, a lot of people said, no, we can't do that because we are kind of the only remaining country that is normal. So when I said that, these things kind of came into Poland after the fall of the state socialism, I didn't mean obviously that they didn't exist before, but that these discourses, the ways of speaking, came, and also they were known before. They just came into the mainstream, right? So there were contacts of activists before. But they were not known by the mainstream. And another thing is that actually, when it comes to transgender people, this is a slightly different story than, for example, gays and lesbians, because there was a very developed practice of gender transition already in the 60s, the 70s. And there was a lot of contact of Polish sexologists, that's what they were called, with the American doctors. But it all happened in this discourse of medicalization, right? So they were considered to be sick people that need help. And by receiving gender transition, they could be reintroduced into the society as proper socialist subjects. Which, of course, did not happen when it comes to, for example, gays and lesbians, who were considered basically criminals and were only kind of talked about in criminal terms, kind of by newspapers and so on. So very interesting. Thank you for that comment.
Good. While the apocalypse is coming. Salut, yep. There is no SR anywhere around here. So, if there are no any other questions, I guess no, yes, no. Then I think that we can say goodbye for now to Joanna. And there's a keynote speech, right, Eleonora, in Aula Magna Drigo.
Thank you.
The web problems, but yes, hopefully I finish the things that.
Good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Non sono riuscita a seguire niente,
no,
tra una cosa e l'altra, no.
Si corre avanti e indietro.
Non sono riuscita a seguire pochissimo.
Sei corsa avanti e indietro?
Sono corsa avanti e indietro per varie cose, sì. Pazienza. Ma grazie di essere venuta. Io ti volevo anche presentare la collega di.
Magari se lo facciamo ora, che dici?
Vediamo, lei sta facendo da CER, speriamo che abbiano finito.
Sì, tra un momento.
Esatto.
Last time, my mother said to me about a man that was coming to see somebody in our flat. I mean, to say, who is strange? And Johnny, I got to do it. It was like why? I mean, and I was like, it's funny or something like that. I was like, why? But no, this is like the part about propaganda about this and how they are perverting Romanian moms. Yeah. Yeah. And I asked him about the gender and I'm over there. Yeah. Well, person called me for the see, and it's also Russian propaganda. Yeah. So everything starts with A. Yeah, it's a gender theory. Yes. And instead people try to convert you. And I mean, you cannot speak about, sexual education. Romania has a lot of girls getting pregnant because of sexuality. Yeah. I never had sexuality.